Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
American comic. Starting with a watch, transforming into a hacker. Part 1. New York, Manhattan. The afternoon sunlight spilled lazily onto the display windows of Fifth Avenue as usual, and the aroma of roasted coffee filled the air. Zhang Li snapped his eyes open. Before he could even clearly see the Starbucks logo in front of him, a violent surge of palpitations almost made him crush the iced Americano in his hand. Boom! A thunderous roar, loud enough to shatter eardrums, instantly shattered the tranquility of New York. Then came the earth-shaking tremors. The massive floor-to-ceiling window in front of Zhang Li was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks before shattering completely with a loud crash. Countless sharp glass shards poured down like a torrential rain, slicing through the once peaceful afternoon. Ah! Oh my god! What is that monster? Run! Run! Screams, cries, and the screeching of car brakes erupted instantly. The New Yorkers who had been elegantly enjoying their afternoon tea were now pushing and shoving toward the exit like a herd of panicked antelopes. Ignoring the small cut on his face from the glass, Zhang Li instinctively rushed out of the cafe, following the terrified gazes of the crowd. A few blocks away toward Harlem, billowing black smoke rose into the sky. Amidst the ruins, two massive figures, as large as small mountains, were locked in a frenzied battle. One was sickly green all over, with muscles bulging as if inflated, that was the Hulk. The other was even more hideous, covered in yellowish bony armor with protruding spinal spikes, looking like a demon from hell, Abomination. The Battle of Harlem. The timeline of the Incredible Hulk. Zhang Li's mind went blank with a buzz. Transmigration was one thing, but to Marvel. And even then, starting right at the scene of a brawl between the Hulk and Abomination. This was practically a hell mode start. Run. I have to run now. Without any hesitation, Zhang Li turned and blended into the fleeing crowd. He was just an ordinary person. In a scene of gods fighting like this, even a single flying pebble could take his life. However, just as he took 2 steps, a sudden, unbearable burning sensation came from his left wrist. Hiss! It felt as if a red-hot iron had been pressed firmly against his skin. Gasping in pain, Zhang Li instinctively raised his left hand to check. At a glance, he froze completely, his fleeing steps coming to a halt. On his left wrist, a strange watch had appeared out of nowhere. It was a deep blackish green all over, made of a material that was neither metal nor jade, exuding a sense of alien technology. The wide dial was like an hourglass, with 2 fluorescent green lines in the center forming a unique geometric pattern. As a veteran otaku, Zhang Li was even more familiar with this thing than he was with Marvel. Omnitrix, Little Broken Watch. The most powerful individual device in the Omniverse. It contained the DNA of over 1 million intelligent life forms from across the universe, allowing the wearer to transform into various alien heroes. Is this my cheat code? Zhang Li's heart began to race, a mix of fear and ecstasy making him tremble all over. Just then, a cold, emotionless synthesized mechanical voice rang out rapidly deep within his mind. Ding! Omniverse level gene bank Omnitrix activated. DNA sequence binding complete. User. Zhang Li. Initial DNA library unlocked. Heat Blast, 4 Arms, XLR8, Gray Matter, Diamond Head, and 10 other heroes. Newbie mission issued. First appearance. Mission description. Since you've come to a world of superheroes, how can you settle for being ordinary? Please survive the upcoming battle and let S.H.I.E.L.D. feel the shock of alien technology. Mission reward. One-time trial access to the Ultimate Evolution function. Ultimate Evolution. Zhang Li's breathing instantly quickened. That was a function only found in the Ultimatrix, a powerful tool that could evolve alien heroes into their war forms. Whiz. Reality gave Zhang Li no more time to study the system. A sharp whistling sound through the air suddenly approached. The monster known as Abomination seemed to have gone into a blood frenzy. He grabbed a yellow taxi from the roadside and hurled it like a baseball toward the crowded area where Zhang Li was. The multi-ton steel giant whistled through the air with the scream of the god of death. Watch out! From the corner of his eye, Zhang Li saw a young white mother not far ahead, desperately shielding the little girl in her arms, already collapsed on the ground in terror. The whistling taxi's landing point was exactly on the mother and daughter. At this moment, everyone around was fleeing for their lives, no one could save them. The mother closed her eyes in despair, pressing her daughter's head into her chest. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Zhongli stood there, watching the massive shadow loom over. If he continued to run, he might survive given his current distance. But that mother and daughter would surely die. I never thought about being some superhero. Zhongli gritted his teeth. The confusion in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented resolve and fervor. Since the heavens gave me this watch, how can I be a coward now? He snapped his left hand up, pressed his right index and middle fingers together, and skillfully pressed the activation button on the side of the Omnitrix. ZZT. With a unique mechanical sound effect, the hourglass symbol in the center of the dial popped up, revealing the green holographic projection core inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhongli turned the dial and locked onto the figure that looked the most explosive. Watching the taxi about to crash down, the corners of Zhongli's mouth curled into a crazed arc as he roared. It's hero time. He slammed down on the dial. Bang! A blinding emerald light erupted instantly, its brightness even outshining the afternoon sun. With Zhongli as the center, a powerful energy wave rippled outward in a circle, blowing away all the surrounding shattered glass. The taxi crashed down with immense force, less than 2 meters away from the top of the mother and daughter's heads. The mother let out a scream of despair. However, the expected pain and death did not come. A wave of scorching air hit them, followed by a deafening sound of vaporization. Sizzle. The multi-ton taxi seemed to hit an invisible wall in midair and was instantly engulfed by a pillar of fire shooting into the sky. The steel melted into molten iron instantly under the thousands of degrees of heat, falling like red raindrops, yet it was kept at bay by an invisible wave of heat, not harming the mother and daughter in the slightest. The whole place fell silent. The crowd that had been screaming and fleeing now seemed to have been hit with a pause button, staring at the scene before them in stunned silence. The smoke slowly dissipated. A humanoid creature made of dark red rock, with its head and hands burning intensely, stood before the mother and daughter. The asphalt road beneath his feet softened from the high temperature, leaving 2 deep, charred footprints. Zhongli looked down at his large hands burning with flames, feeling the seemingly endless fire energy within his body. He clenched his fists, and the fire elements in the air gathered toward him with cheers and leaps. He turned around, and a confident smile seemed to appear on his fiery face, which looked like both a skull and a mask. He said to the terrified mother and daughter, "Even though the weather is hot enough, you don't mind if I turn up the heat at this party a bit more, do you?" Having said that, he looked up, his flaming eyes piercing through the sky filling dust and smoke, locking onto the rampaging abomination in the distance. Heat blast. Meanwhile, on a shield stealth jet a few blocks away. Officer. An extremely high-energy heat source has been detected in Harlem. The readings are off the charts. Agent Hill exclaimed. Nick Fury's one eye snapped toward the screen. Amidst the ruins, a green flame shot into the sky like a meteor rising against the current, charging straight toward the arrogant abomination. What is that thing? From an armed helicopter several hundred meters away, General Ross gripped the cabin door handle tightly. Through his binoculars, he clearly saw the burning figure hovering in midair. That was not a human at all. It didn't even need fuel, it was a walking nuclear reactor. General. Thermal imaging shows the target's core temperature is still rising. The adjutant's voice was trembling. If he goes all out, these few blocks will turn into an oven. Whether it's a mutant or Stark's new toy. General Ross's face was ashen. It has completely disrupted my capture plan. The center of the battlefield. The abomination was also momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. As a monster that had just successfully evolved after being injected with the serum, Emil Blonsky was currently in a state of extreme arrogance. He felt like a god, an invincible existence that could tear tanks apart with his bare hands. But this matchstick in front of him had actually instantly melted the multi-ton car he had thrown. Roar. The abomination let out a deafening roar, his foul breath spraying several meters. His cloudy yellow eyes stared fixedly at Zhong Li, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Are you a friend of the Hulk? Or some circus juggler? The abomination's voice sounded like sandpaper rubbing together, filled with mockery. Whoever you are, since you want to be a hero, get ready to be turned into meat paste. Facing this overwhelming murderous intent, Zhong Li appeared exceptionally calm. This was a change brought about by the Omnitrix. Heat Blast Pyronite was naturally a confident and fiery race. Zhong Li tilted his burning head, raised his hand, and provocatively beckoned with his finger, several sparks falling from his fingertips. Big guy, your breath is worse than your athlete's foot. If you want to fight, you'd better go brush your teeth first. You're asking for death. The abomination was instantly enraged. He hated others mocking his appearance most of all. Boom. The ground instantly shattered. The abomination's terrifying thigh muscles suddenly exerted force, and his entire body shot forward like a cannonball, charging towards Zhong Li with a momentum that could crush everything. Abandoned vehicles along the way were knocked flying like bowling pins being scattered. The speed of this strike was too fast, so fast that the naked eye of an ordinary person couldn't capture it at all. So fast. Zhong Li's heart tightened. Although he had alien combat instincts, he was currently facing one of the power ceilings of the early Marvel era. If he were in his ordinary human state, he would have been smashed into a pile of mush by now. But now, he was Heat Blast. Take off. With a thought from Zhong Li, two fierce streams of fire instantly blasted from the soles of his feet. Whoosh. Just like Iron Man activating his thrusters, Zhong Li's body rose into the air at the critical moment. In this world where Newton's laws were being defied, he drew a graceful arc of fire and shot straight into the clouds. The abomination's heavy punch slammed hard into the spot where Zhong Li had originally been standing. Boom. The ground in that small area directly collapsed, and the shockwave shattered all the surrounding window glass. He ran. The abomination looked up angrily, only to see a streak of fire circling in the air. Zhong Li hovered in midair. This was another divine skill of Heat Blast, flight. This perspective is simply too cool. Zhong Li looked down at the ruins and the incompetently raging monster below, his adrenaline surging. Courtesy demands a return. You take a shot from me too. Zhong Li pushed his hands downward violently, the flame patterns on his palms glowing to the extreme. Two pillars of fire, like high-pressure water hoses, descended from the sky with devastating heat, accurately striking the abomination's broad back. Sizzle. This was true high-temperature burning. The abomination's tough skin, which could withstand bullets and even small-caliber shells, actually made a sound like roasting meat under Heat Blast's flames, even emitting bursts of black smoke. Ah! Hot! You fooled insect! The abomination howled in pain. Although his defensive power was amazing, it didn't mean he couldn't feel pain. He rolled frantically on the ground, trying to put out the fire on his back, but this was alien fire, it could burn even in water, so how could it be extinguished so easily? I'm not done yet. Since Zhong Li held the aerial advantage, he wouldn't give the opponent a chance to breathe. He held his hands in front of his chest, and a huge fireball over 2 meters in diameter quickly formed in his hands. Flaming meteor. Zhong Li swung his arms with force. The massive fireball trailed a long tail of flame, whistling as it smashed toward the abomination, who had just scrambled up. Boom. A violent explosion rose like a small mushroom cloud on the streets of Harlem. Billowing heatwaves swept across a 100-meter radius. However, as the smoke cleared, that figure had not fallen. Although the abomination was scorched black and in a wretched state, with large areas of skin ulcerated, his vitality remained outrageously tenacious. The intense pain instead completely triggered his ferocity. I will tear you apart. The abomination went mad, grabbing the wreckage of a bus near him and throwing it with all his might at Zhong Li in the air. This is getting troublesome. Zhong Li dodged to the side in the air, narrowly avoiding the flying bus. He frowned slightly. While Heat Blast's attacks were flashy, against a gamma monster like the Abomination, who had maxed out magic resistance and extremely fast health regeneration, it was practically just scratching the surface. Unless he broke the guy's bones, he could keep fighting forever. System notification. Detected target has extremely high physical defense, elemental damage effectiveness is decreased. Suggested tactic: physical suppression. Just what I had in mind. Zhang Li looked at the abomination below, who was frantically demolishing things and trying to find objects to throw at him, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then let's have a real man's battle of brute force. He dove down sharply from the air, and when he was 10 meters from the ground, his right index finger pressed the Omnitrix emblem on his chest again. Want to compare strength? Then let me show you what true violent aesthetics look like. Quick change. Z's. Bang. The green light this time was more intense than any before. Zhang Li's flame-enveloped body did not shrink. Instead, it expanded again. The originally streamlined magma body instantly disappeared, replaced by red muscles that bulged as hard as rock. Bones were crackling, and his height shot up, instantly breaking through 3.5 meters. Even more terrifyingly, from beneath his ribs, accompanied by the sound of tearing muscle, 2 more incredibly thick arms forced their way out. 4 eyes snapped open, flashing with golden light. At this moment, the abomination happened to pounce, raising a massive fist to deliver a fatal blow to the landing, heat blast. However, what greeted him was not a fragile flame, but 4 large hands like hydraulic clamps. Bang! A dull thud. Zhang Li's upper 2 hands blocked the abomination's swinging fists. The immense impact caused the ground beneath Zhang Li's feet to instantly shatter. His legs plowed 2 deep furrows into the ground, and he slid back several meters before barely coming to a stop. What incredible strength! Zhang Li was secretly shocked. The abomination was, after all, a monster that could even suppress the Hulk. This brute force was indeed terrifying. Wah! What? The abomination was also stunned. His punch, which was enough to punch through a building, had actually been caught. Moreover, how could this red monster have 4 arms? Surprised, ugly. A ferocious smile appeared on Zhang Li's rugged red face. His voice was no longer the crackling sound of heat blasts burning but had become deep and heavy, like rolling thunder. Tetraman, 4 arms. You see, I have 4 hands. Under the abomination's terrified gaze, Zhang Li used his upper 2 hands to lock the opponent's arms, while his lower 2 free hands had already finished gathering power. Muscles tensed, veins bulged, and with the power of a punch capable of punching through steel plate, he slammed them hard into the abomination's defenseless abdomen. Aura. PFF'd. The abomination's massive body instantly bent into a shrimp-like shape, and a mouthful of green acid sprayed out. Although his strength was superior, under the tactical suppression of 4 arms, he had no chance to defend at all. The massive impact lifted his entire body off the ground, sending him flying through the air and crashing hard into an abandoned building. On the shield helicarrier, there was a deathly silence. All the agents forgot to breathe. They had personally witnessed an elemental creature capable of controlling fire transform into a pure strength-type red giant in less than a second. This completely violated the law of conservation of energy. This completely violated common biological sense. Nick Fury's face, which was already as black as coal, seemed even darker now. He stared fixedly at the screen, his eyes flashing with the shrewdness and greed unique to the King of Spies. This isn't a simple mutation, this is simply a perfect piece of biological weapon art. He pressed the communicator. Natasha, no need to rush the attack. I want him alive. Bang! 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 The streets of Harlem were like they had been put into a giant blender. Every impact caused the ground to shake and the mountains to sway. Amidst the ruins, a yellowish-brown monster covered in bone spurs was being pinned to the ground and frantically pummeled by a red giant with 4 arms. Weren't you acting all tough just now? Huh. Let's hear you bark again. Zhang Li, in 4 arms form, was fighting with great excitement. Although in terms of absolute strength, the newly mutated abomination might be on par with 4 arms, an adult Tetraman, Zhang Li had the advantage in the number of limbs and fighting techniques. Abomination was like a street thug who only knew how to swing a big club, while a Tetraman was a natural-born gladiator of the universe. Zhang Li's upper 2 hands firmly locked Abomination's arms, leaving his chest completely exposed, while his lower 2 hands turned into 2 heavy hammers, moving like afterimages and frantically striking Abomination's abdomen and ribs like a pile driver. Tetraman combo punch. Thud. Thud. Every punch was accompanied by the dull sound of shattering bones. Abomination was beaten until he saw stars, and green blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. His insufferable arrogance had long since been beaten out of him. Let go of me. Abomination struggled with difficulty, but under the absolute suppression of the four arms, he couldn't even manage to roll over. The Omnitrix's combat database stores hundreds of fighting styles. It's more than enough to handle you. Zhong Li let out a cold laugh, and with the combined strength of his four hands, he lifted Abomination directly over his head, preparing for a classic, destruction toss. However, just at that moment, a heart-palpitating beastly aura suddenly erupted from the end of the street. Hulk! Smash! Accompanied by a roar loud enough to shatter eardrums, a massive green afterimage descended from the sky like a falling meteorite, slamming hard into the center of the battle between Zhong Li and Abomination. Boom! A violent shockwave mixed with rubble instantly forced the two grappling figures apart. Zhong Li only felt a massive force hit him. Even with 4 arms' weight, he was knocked back over 10 meters, his 4 feet plowing 4 deep furrows into the ground before he barely managed to stop. The dust cleared. A giant about 2.5 meters tall, with muscles bulging as if inflated and skin a furious emerald green, stood in the center of the crater, snorting heavily. The Incredible Hulk has arrived. At this moment, Hulk was in a state of extreme rage. He glanced at the half-dead Abomination on the ground, then turned to look at Zhong Li, who was a head taller than him and had 4 arms. Hulk's not-so-bright brain instantly overloaded. In his logic, big guy equals enemy. Red reminds him of his arch-nemesis General Ross equals hateful enemy. Taller than Hulk, more hands than Hulk equals cheating bad guy. Red monster. Hulk hates Red. Hulk roared at Zhong Li, spit flying everywhere. Hulk smash you. Zhong Li loosened his fists and rolled the shoulders of his 4 arms. Ding! Omega-level lifeform detected. Hulk. Scanning gamma mutation gene. Progress. 10%. Hearing the system prompt, Zhong Li's 4 golden eyes flashed with excitement. This was the Hulk. If he could integrate his genes into 4 arms, the result would be too beautiful to imagine. Perfect timing. Let me see just how tough the power ceiling of Marvel really is. Zhong Li didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. His 4 fists clenched simultaneously as he charged toward Hulk. 2 torrents, one red and one green, collided violently on the streets of Harlem. Bang! 2 fists against 4 hands. Visible air ripples spread in all directions, and the glass of several surrounding buildings shattered instantly. At the moment of contact, Zhong Li's expression changed slightly. So heavy. He felt an overwhelming force transmitted through his arms to his entire body. Although his upper 2 hands held off Hulk's fists, the ground beneath him couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered instantly, his legs sinking half a meter deep into the earth. Go away. Seeing that he hadn't pushed Zhong Li over, Hulk became even angrier. His eyes glowed with intense green light, and his strength surged by another 30% in that instant. Crack! A faint sound of bone cracking came from Zhong Li's arm. Warning! Detected exponential increase in the opponent's strength. Gene scan complete. Recommendation: evade immediately. Now that I've got what I came for, there's no need to fight you to the death. Zhong Li's gaze sharpened. Although a Tetraman was strong, there was a limit to its strength, whereas Hulk was someone who got stronger the more he fought, a completely unreasonable cheater. Since brute force wouldn't work, he'd switch to something that countered him. Big guy, your strength is good, but can you do this? Zhong Li suddenly released his force. Utilizing the coordination of his 4 hands, his lower 2 hands lunged out and grabbed Hulk's waist, performing a direct over-the-shoulder throw that sent Hulk flying. Taking advantage of the gap while Hulk was down, Zhong Li's fingers quickly slid across the emblem on his chest. You should also taste what it's like to hit a tough nut. Switch. Green light erupted once more. This time, the light was no longer a wild red, but had turned into a cold, sharp, pale green glow. Hulk had just climbed back up and was charging again with a roar. This time, his fist carried a world-destroying momentum, enough to punch through the armor plating of an aircraft carrier. Die! Hulk roared. However, at the very moment his fist was about to touch the tip of Zhong Li's nose, the red giant disappeared. In its place was a crystal clear, incredibly sharp crystal wall. Clang! A crisp, tooth-aching sound of metal clashing echoed through the sky. Hulk's fist slammed hard into a diamond shield that had suddenly risen. Crack! The indestructible diamond shield was instantly covered in cracks. But at the same time, Hulk was also knocked back 2 steps by the terrifying counter-force, as if he had hit a steel plate, shaking his hand and letting out a cry of pain. Ow! Before Hulk could react, the shattered shield actually healed itself in the blink of an eye, becoming as shiny as new. The shield slowly moved aside, revealing the brand new alien form behind it. It was a humanoid creature composed entirely of pale green crystals. His body was well defined, as if carved from the most perfect diamond, with 4 sharp crystal spikes on his back. His expression was cold and stern, exuding an aura of indestructibility. Petrosippian, Diamond Head. How is that possible? Not only was Hulk stunned, but even General Ross, who was watching from a distance, was dumbfounded. Who is this now? That pyro. That 4-armed giant. And now he's turned into a Diamond Man. General Ross felt his worldview collapsing. What kind of monster is this? Can he evolve at will on the battlefield? Zhongli looked down at his newly healed crystal arm and thought to himself that it was a close call. As expected of the Hulk, he almost broke through Diamond Head's defense threshold. But he still maintained an enigmatic smile on his face as he raised his right hand, and his entire right arm instantly transformed into a sharp crystal spear. Hulk, calm down. Otherwise, I'll have to turn you into a specimen. Just then, the roar of an engine broke the stalemate. A black Audi R8 made a beautiful drift and came to a steady stop at the edge of the battlefield. The window rolled down, revealing the cold and elegant face of Black Widow Natasha. She spoke into her communicator. Director, I think we need to re-evaluate this target's danger level. He just changed again. Through his compound eyes of crystal refraction, Zhongli had seen Black Widow long ago. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. finally entered the fray? It seems the mission of making a debut has been perfectly accomplished. At this moment, Hulk seemed ready to pounce again, and not far away, Abomination also shakily stood up, attempting a sneak attack. Still want to fight? I don't have time to waste with you guys. Zhongli snorted coldly and slammed both hands onto the ground. Then please be quiet for a moment. The Titanite energy within his body surged frantically, injecting into the earth through his arms. Crystal Labyrinth. Earthen Spike Funeral. Rumble. The earth wailed. Countless thick, sharp pale green crystal pillars, like a rapidly growing bamboo forest, instantly burst out from the ground. The speed was astonishing, covering a radius of 50 meters. Just as Hulk was about to jump, his legs and arms were caught by several massive crystal pillars. Abomination was even worse off. All his movement space was directly blocked by countless small crystal spikes, leaving him frozen like a fly in amber. In just a few seconds, the originally messy street had turned into a brilliant crystal forest. Hulk struggled frantically within the massive crystal clusters, and fine cracks began to appear on the crystal surface. Clearly, it wouldn't hold him for long. But that was enough. Zhongli slowly stood up, the sunlight falling on his diamond-like body and refracting into rainbow-colored light. He turned his head and looked at Black Widow in the Audi R8. On that expressionless crystal face, a playful smile seemed to appear. Beautiful lady, you have to buy a ticket to watch the show. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering was exceptionally piercing in the silent street. The magnificent crystal cage Zhongli had created was now letting out an overburdened groan. Fine cracks, like a spiderweb, were spreading frantically in all directions from the center where the Hulk was trapped. Roar. Hulk wants out. A dull and violent low growl came from deep within the crystal, and the entire crystal mountain vibrated violently. Zhongli Diamond Head watched this scene, knowing full well, although the crystals of the Petrosippians were extremely hard, they weren't adamantium after all. Facing a Hulk whose anger was still skyrocketing, collapse was only a matter of time. It can probably hold for another 10 seconds. Zhongli made his judgment. He turned around and looked at the black Audi R8 parked a few meters away. The car door opened, and Natasha Romanoff, dressed in a black tight leather suit, stepped out. She didn't draw her gun. Her hands hung naturally at her sides, a tactical posture indicating no hostility. Her signature red hair was exceptionally dazzling amidst the smoke. Although she was a beauty, Zhongli knew that this red rose had thorns. A brilliant performance, Natasha said as she slowly approached, her emerald eyes staring fixedly at the alien creature before her that sparkled with the luster of diamonds, trying to read something from that featureless crystal face. While I don't know who you are, I think we have a common goal, to stop these two big guys from tearing New York apart. Common goal. Zhong Li's voice resonated through his diamond body, carrying a cold, metallic quality. No, my goal was just to not see that little girl get smashed into a pulp. As for whether New York gets torn apart, that's something your shield should worry about. Natasha's eyes flickered slightly. He knew about shield. And he didn't sound like he had much reverence for it. This showed that the opponent not only possessed great power but also had high intelligence gathering capabilities. Listen, big guy. Natasha stopped at a safe distance and spoke in an extremely professional negotiating tone. That green guy is about to get out, and General Ross's armored units are cordoning off the block. If you don't want to be bombed by those trigger-happy soldiers with missiles, maybe you should come with us. Shield can provide protection, and a chance to explain. Protection. For whom? For me. Zhong Li seemed to hear a joke and lightly tapped his indestructible diamond chest, making a crisp, ding-ding, sound. Tell that one-eyed director hiding on the helicarrier not to try and find me, and don't try to control me. Zhong Li slowly raised his arm and pointed at the crystal mountain that was about to shatter. When the world truly needs a hero, I will appear. But not as an agent. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, the massive crystal cage completely exploded. Countless crystal fragments splashed like a rainstorm. A green figure roared and rushed out. It was the completely out of control Hulk. His eyes were blood red, like a demonic beast from hell, as he locked onto Zhong Li's position. Hulk. Smash Rock Man. Meanwhile, the roar of tanks approached from a distance. General Ross had clearly lost his patience and was even prepared to cover Zhong Li in the fire. Looks like the party is over. Zhong Li watched the charging Hulk, a curve hooking at the corner of his mouth. How do you plan to run? Natasha's fingers inconspicuously gripped a smoke grenade. With this kind of encirclement, even if you can fly, you'll be locked onto by heat-seeking missiles. Run. Zhong Li shook his head, a hint of disdain showing on his crystal face. I never run. I'm just in a hurry. When Hulk's fist was less than 5 meters from his face, and he could even smell the foul stench from Hulk's mouth, Zhong Li pressed the emblem on his chest again. Switch. ZZT. Whoosh. This time, there was no explosive sound effect, nor was there any dazzling light. Only a blue-black bolt of lightning flashed by. The bulky diamond giant that had been standing there instantly vanished. Replacing him was a lean, slightly hunched, swift figure. He had blue-black skin and wore a streamlined black conical helmet. Instead of feet, he had 2 high-speed rotating black rollers. This was one of the fastest races in the entire universe. Kinesolarin, XLR8. At this moment, time seemed to be put into extreme slow-motion playback. In Zhong Li's vision, the world became a static painting. Hulk's violent charge became as slow as a snail, the dust floating in the air suspended before his eyes, and Natasha's hand, which had just been about to throw the smoke grenade, was frozen in midair. Is this the world of a speedster? Zhong Li took a deep breath, and the protective visor on his face instantly snapped shut, blocking the airflow generated by his high-speed movement. Too slow, too slow. You're all like a slow-motion replay. The rollers beneath his feet spun suddenly, letting out a sharp screech of friction. Whoosh. In the real world, Natasha only felt a blur before her eyes. A blast of wind hit her face, forcing her to squint. When she opened her eyes again, there was no one in front of her. Hulk's lunge missed, and he fell clumsily into a pile of crystal fragments, pounding the ground in impotent rage. Where is he? Nick Fury's shocked voice came through the communicator. Satellite lost the target. Thermal imaging lost the target. How did he do it? Natasha didn't answer. She just stared blankly at the tank formation several hundred meters away. There, the dozen or so M1 main battle tanks that had been aggressively approaching were now in complete chaos. All the tank tracks had actually been removed in that single instant and were neatly stacked to the side. The tanks without tracks were like turtles with broken legs, stranded on the spot. And on the barrel of the lead tank, someone had drawn a large smiley face with a marker. Is this a prank? Natasha touched her red hair, which had been blown messy by the wind, and a rare bitter smile actually appeared on her face. Not only did he have strength and defense, but he also possessed such terrifying speed. Moreover, his personality was as mischievous as a young boy's. Director, I think we really can't stop him, Natasha said into the communicator. His speed might even be faster than the Quicksilver in our database. 5 kilometers away. Queens, a deserted dark alleyway. A blue afterimage instantly rushed in, the blast of wind swirling the newspapers on the ground. Phew. Zhang Li leaned against the wall, his chest heaving violently. With a flash of red light, the alien form deactivated. He transformed back into that 16-year-old boy with black hair and black eyes. A strong sense of dizziness and hunger instantly hit him, making his legs go soft, and he almost sat on the ground. Ugh. Zhang Li leaned against the wall, feeling his stomach burning. After switching through 4 forms in high-intensity heat blast, 4 arms, Diamond Head, XLR8, although the energy of the Omnitrix itself was an infinite cycle, his mental burden as a human had reached its limit. This is more tiring than running 10 marathons. As expected, looking cool comes with a price. With trembling hands, Zhang Li pulled out a piece of chocolate he had bought earlier at Starbucks from his pocket and wolfed it down. The sweet taste felt like a heavenly delicacy at that moment. After recovering slightly, he couldn't wait to wake up the system interface. Although that series of operations was exhausting, the harvest was absolutely massive. System calculating. Mission. First appearance completed. Rating. S rank, shocked the whole place, toyed with shield, humiliated General Ross. Reward issued. Ultimate Evolution Experience Card X1, stored in inventory. Special Harvest. Successfully analyzed, Gamma Mutant, Gene Sample. Gene Library Updating. Congratulations, host. 4 arms gene has been enhanced, strength limit increased by 30%, unlocked skill, Furious Strike. Congratulations, host. Unlocked a brand new alien hero DNA, Tokastar, way big. Note. Due to the host's current insufficient mental power, way big's transformation time is limited to 30 seconds. Holy crap. Seeing the last prompt, Zhang Li jumped up from the ground, forgetting even his fatigue. He didn't unlock Hulk, but he unlocked way big. That's way big, who is over 100 meters tall, can even survive in space, and can crush a monster with 1 foot. Although it's only for 30 seconds, this is definitely the biggest trump card in his hand right now. Shield thinks I'm a mutant, and Ross thinks I'm an alien monster. Zhang Li looked at the plain-looking watch on his wrist, his eyes sparkling with the light of ambition. But in reality, I am an army of 1. Gurgle. His stomach growled again, unhelpfully. Forget it, let's find a place to eat first. Even heroes need to fill their stomachs. Zhang Li pulled down his hat brim, walked out of the alley, and blended into the bustling crowd of New York. Hiding his deeds and name. Behind him, on the large screens, the battle footage from Harlem was still playing on a loop. That mysterious hero, who had 4 arms, could turn into diamonds, and finally transformed into blue lightning, had at this moment completely ignited the whole world. Shield, Helicarrier. The atmosphere in the conference room was suffocatingly oppressive. A blurry photo was frozen on the giant holographic screen. It was the last image captured by the satellite, a lean, blue-black alien with a cone-shaped head, vanishing at the end of the street as a blurred afterimage. And in the lower right corner of the photo was that M1 main battle tank, its tracks removed and a large smiley face drawn on its barrel with a marker. Can anyone tell me what on earth this is? Nick Fury pointed at the screen, a dangerous light glinting in his single eye. A fire-breathing pyro, a 4-armed giant with strength comparable to the Hulk, a diamond man who can create crystals, and a speedster so fast even satellites can't keep up. And according to Natasha's report, these 4 completely different species are actually the same person. Agent Hill held a folder, her face slightly pale. Officer, the data analysis team is going crazy. This violates all known theories of biological evolution. The only explanation is. Hill paused and pulled up another enlarged photo. It was a close-up of the black and green watch on the protagonist's wrist before he transformed. That watch, Hill said. All transformations occur after touching this watch. High-tech equipment. Nick Fury took a deep breath, his black trench coat fluttering. This isn't just a superpower, it's technology. A genetic technology far superior to Earth's, perhaps even superior to Asgard's. He turned around and looked at the clouds outside the window. Classify it as level 10 secret. Code name, let's call it Omni. Mobilize all agents. I want him found within 24 hours. Remember, if he really relies on that watch to transform, then he commands an alien army. This kind of power must be in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, at Malibu Beach, California, Tony Stark's cliffside villa. Jarvis, rewind. Tony Stark held a glass of nasty chlorophyll juice, staring at the holographic projection with a furrowed brow. In the image was the exact frame where XLR-8 instantly dismantled the tank's tracks. Sir, according to calculations, the target's instantaneous speed reached Mach 3.5, Jarvis's electronic voice sounded. And most incredibly, he didn't produce any sonic boom clouds. His body structure seems to perfectly counteract air resistance. That's unscientific, Jarvis. Tony put down the glass, the fire of competitiveness burning in his eyes. My Mark III makes noise even when flying at full speed. This guy actually ran at this speed on the ground. And he even doodled on my tank. As one of the smartest minds on Earth, Tony Stark couldn't stand being crushed in the field of technology. Have you found his identity? Performing facial comparison, match successful. Jarvis pulled up an ID photo. Zhong Li, 16 years old, of Chinese descent. An orphan, the trust fund left by his parents is enough for him to live on, but he suddenly disappeared 3 days ago. A 16-year-old high school student. Tony raised an eyebrow. Interesting. It seems that besides me, there are other geniuses in this world. Or rather, other alien legacies. He snapped his fingers. Jarvis, lock onto his location. I think I need to meet this Quicksilver no 2 feet and teach him that doodling on other people's tanks is impolite. By the way, prepare the blueprints for the Hulkbuster armor. No, I might need to design an anti-alien armor. Queens, New York. At this moment, Zhong Li, codenamed Omni, was facing the biggest crisis since his transmigration. It wasn't SHIELD's pursuit, nor an alien invasion. It was a lack of money. Gurgle. His stomach protested again. Zhong Li stood at the entrance of a burger shop, smelling the aroma inside. He felt his pockets, which were cleaner than his face, and sighed. Although he had a legal identity, he didn't have his bank card on him, and his phone had been destroyed in the previous battle. In New York, where it's hard to move an inch without resources, no cash meant being stuck. I need to get some money. Legally and quickly. Zhong Li squatted by the roadside, looking at the Omnitrix on his wrist. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Wait, what did I just transform into? Diamond Head. Petroscipion. That race's entire body is composed of indestructible organic crystals. Although they aren't carbon-based diamonds like those on Earth, in appearance and hardness, they are even more perfect than diamonds. I'm a man with an infinite diamond generator. How can I be worrying about money? Zhong Li slapped his thigh, looked around, and slipped into a deserted dead-end alley. Hero time. A flash of green light. The tall diamond head appeared again. Zhong Li raised his right hand and willed it. Snap. A finger-thick, crystal-clear cyan crystal grew from his palm. He snapped it off with force. Detransformation. Zhong Li held the cyan diamond in his hand, about the size of a pigeon's egg, refracting brilliant light. System notification. High-purity tetradite crystal detected detached from the host. Structure solidified. Will not disappear upon detransformation. I'm set. Zhong Li's grin almost reached his ears. Although this thing is essentially an alien silicon-based ore, in this Marvel universe, as long as it's hard, bright, and beautiful, it's a gemstone. 20 minutes later, Zhang Li, wearing his hoodie's cap, walked into a pawn shop that looked quite luxuriously decorated. Boss, I want to sell this. Zhang Li lowered his voice and slammed the cyan crystal onto the counter. The pawnshop owner was a middle-aged fat man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was originally somewhat indifferent, but when his eyes fell on the item on the counter, they instantly went wide. He tremblingly picked up a magnifying glass and looked at it over and over. This clarity, this refractive index, this never-before-seen cyan luster. This, what kind of gemstone is this? It looks like a top-grade emerald, but this hardness. The boss swallowed hard and looked greedily at Zhang Li. Little brother, where did this come from? It's a family heirloom, Zhang Li said calmly. Give me a price, I want cash. The boss's eyes darted around. An ordinary-looking teenager with a peerless gemstone. Isn't this the legendary fat sheep? Ahem, little brother, although this thing looks bright, the material is unknown, it might be synthetic. The boss pushed up his glasses and held up 2 fingers. $2,000, no more. Zhang Li was so angry he laughed. 2,000. This is tetradite crystal, a rare cosmic ore. 2,000. Zhang Li stopped smiling and lightly tapped his finger on the solid wood counter. Although the Omnitrix had to transform, the 4 arms genetic enhancement, mentioned during the previous system settlement made his current normal strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. He didn't waste words, instead extending a finger and pressing it lightly onto a stainless steel coin at the edge of the counter. Creak. In the owner's terrified gaze, the coin was squeezed into a roll by Zhang Li's single hand like it was soft mud, deeply embedded into the solid wood counter. Boss, you should be honest in business. Zhang Li leaned in a bit, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I'll give you another chance to rephrase that. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the boss. This is a mutant. Definitely a mutant I can't afford to mess with. Fi, 50,000. $50,000. The boss's voice cracked in fear. That's all the cash in the shop. Really, that's all there is. A moment later, Zhang Li walked out of the pawnshop carrying a heavy black backpack. He was also holding a freshly bought double cheeseburger, taking a big bite. This is the life. Zhang Li chewed his burger, looking at the spire of Stark Tower in the distance. $50,000 was enough for him to stay in the best hotel for a while and buy some electronic equipment. What he didn't know was that at the very moment he used the Omnitrix to create the diamond, a faint energy fluctuation had been captured by 2 systems. One was a SHIELD satellite. The other was Jarvis. Manhattan, Hilton Hotel, Presidential Suite. Zhang Li was wearing a bathrobe, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, comfortably watching the brilliant New York night scene outside the window. $50,000. In this New York where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, it can probably only be squandered for a month. He took a sip of wine and looked at the Omnitrix on his wrist. I need to find a long-term solution. Maybe I could go to Stark Industries and sell some alien scrap. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sound suddenly rang out. The sound didn't come from the door, but from the floor-to-ceiling window on the 18th floor. Zhang Li raised an eyebrow, not particularly surprised. Ever since the energy fluctuations at the pawnshop were exposed last night, he knew this moment would come sooner or later. He walked over and pulled back the curtains. Outside the window hovered a steel figure in a gold and red color scheme. The thrusters on the soles of his feet and the palms of his hands sprayed blue-white flames, looking extremely dazzling in the night sky. Iron Man, Tony Stark. The faceplate popped open, revealing that iconic mustachioed face. Tony looked at Zhang Li playfully and pointed at the window latch. Zhang Li opened the window. Whoosh! The night wind rushed in as Tony Stark slowly landed on the carpet. Nice room, decent taste. Tony looked around, his gaze finally landing on Zhang Li, or rather, on that black and green watch. But I checked your spending records. 3 hours ago, you were in a pawnshop selling cheap, a tetradite crystal that could buy half of Manhattan for $50,000. Tony took off his mechanical gauntlet, tossed it casually onto the sofa, and sat down familiarly. If you're short on money, you could have just come to me. Stark Industries is always very generous to high-tech talent, or holders of alien heritage. Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Stark. Zhang Li leaned against the bar, not appearing constrained just because the other party was a super billionaire. You didn't come looking for me late at night in a tin suit just to buy me a drink, did you? Straightforward. Tony snapped his fingers. I want that watch. Name a price. 10 million. 50 million. Or shares in Stark Industries. As a tech fanatic, Tony couldn't sit still once Jarvis analyzed the energy level contained in that watch. He had to figure out how this thing worked. Not for sale, Zhang Li replied crisply. Don't be so quick to refuse. Young man, you might not know how dangerous this thing is. Tony stood up, his tone carrying a sort of paternalistic arrogance. The energy reaction it contains has already exceeded a miniature nuclear reactor. You holding it is like a baby holding a nuclear launch controller. For the safety of the world, it should be kept by someone more professional. Like you. Zhang Li laughed. Including the weapons you've made. Oh wait, including the messes you haven't cleaned up yet, I think I'm much safer than you. Tony's face darkened. He hated it most when others questioned his technology and qualifications. It seems the negotiations have broken down. Tony put his mechanical gauntlet back on, and the arc pulse cannon in his palm glowed faintly, emitting a humming sound. Listen, kid, I don't want to get rough. But I must scan the data on that watch. If you don't cooperate, I'll have to take it and see for myself. Saying that, Tony reached out directly to grab Zhang Li's wrist. In his view, with the strength of the armor, controlling a teenager was easy. However, Zhang Li didn't retreat. Instead, he proactively reached out his hand to meet Tony's mechanical palm. Stark, do you know why I dared to wait for you right here? Zhang Li looked up, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Because in the field of technology, the armor you are so proud of is, in my eyes, full of loopholes. The moment Tony's fingers were about to touch the watch, Zhang Li slammed down on the dial with his other hand. It's hero time. ZZZZT. The transformation light this time was an eerie black-green data stream. Zhang Li's body didn't expand or grow, instead, it melted and reorganized like a pool of black liquid metal. In the blink of an eye. An alien creature composed entirely of black liquid metal, with green circuit patterns flowing over its surface and a single large green eye, appeared before Tony. Galvanic Mechamorph. Upgrade. What is this? A slime. Tony froze for a moment, instinctively wanting to fire a repulsor blast. But in the next second, the black fluid Zhang Li had become suddenly catapulted forward, not to attack Tony, but Tozamother, itself directly onto the chest plate of the Iron Man armor. Hey! Get away from me. This paint job is brand new. Tony tried in panic to pull the slime off his body. But something even more terrifying happened. The black liquid metal quickly seeped into the gaps of the armor, and green circuit patterns instantly covered the entire Mark III suit. Taking over hardware system. Rewriting underlying code. Outdated hardware architecture detected. Executing alien tech optimization. Jarvis. Jarvis. Cut the power. Eject from the armor. Tony shouted. Sorry, sir. My system has been isolated. Jarvis's voice became intermittent. The opponent's algorithm is at least 200 years ahead of us. The originally gold and red steel armor turned into a black and green color scheme in an instant. The thrusters on the back sprayed eerie green flames, and the originally circular chest reactor turned into a glowing green, cross-grid, symbol. BRRRRM. Tony discovered in horror that all the armor's stats were skyrocketing. Energy output increased by 200%. Reaction speed increased by 300%. Weapon systems fully charged. Tony looked at the HUD interface, which was now entirely green, and was completely stunned. What's going on? My Mark III never had this kind of performance. Because your design is terrible, Stark. Zhang Li's mechanical-sounding electronic voice rang out directly from inside the armor's helmet, filled with thick mockery. The circuit layout is bloated, energy efficiency is only 70%, and the firewall is as full of holes as a sieve. I just fixed it for you a little. By now, Zhang Li had completely merged with the Iron Man armor. Upgrade's ability was not just to control technology, but to enhance it. The armor's arm rose uncontrollably, the palm cannon aimed out the window, and fired a casual shot. Boom! A thick green beam of light instantly shot into the night sky, its power a full 3 times greater than usual. Tony Stark was trapped in his own armor like a helpless baby. What made him collapse the most was that this alien had made his armor stronger just to prove how outdated his technology was. Zhong Li's huge single eye appeared on the armor's faceplate, staring at the pale-faced Tony inside. Now, Mr. Stark, can we renegotiate the price of that watch? Or, talk about how to fix this pile of scrap metal of yours? As a stream of black and green data peeled away from the iron armor, that suffocating sense of pressure finally vanished. Zhong Li transformed back into the youth in a bathrobe. Looking slightly exhausted, he slumped onto the sofa, picked up the glass of red wine he hadn't finished, and downed it in one go. Across from him, Tony Stark looked as if he had lost his soul. The moment the alien substance left, Tony felt the Mark III, previously light, agile, and filled with infinite power, instantly become heavy, sluggish, and clogged. It was like stepping out of a Ferrari and suddenly being shoved into a tractor. Warning! Armor servo motors overheating. Power output dropping back to 100%. Reaction delay restored to 0.2 seconds. Jarvis's voice rang out inside the helmet. Though calm, it sounded incredibly grating to Tony. Tony flipped open the faceplate and took deep breaths of fresh air. His face, which usually wore a cynical smile, was now filled with shock and frustration. Jarvis, did you save the operation logs of that alien system? Tony asked urgently. Regrettably, sir. The other party's code structure is multi-dimensional. Our servers cannot store it. It's like trying to record a 3-dimensional object on 2-dimensional paper. Hearing this, the way Tony looked at Zhong Li changed completely. He was no longer looking at a dangerous individual, but at a living gold mine. He stepped straight out of the bulky armor, ignoring the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of equipment still emitting white smoke from overheating. He sat directly across from Zhong Li, poured himself a glass of wine, and finished it in one gulp. Name your price. Tony stared at Zhong Li with feverish eyes. I'm not buying the watch anymore. I want that system from just now. I want that algorithm. What on earth is the principle behind that thing that tripled my reactor's efficiency? A complete 180-degree turn in attitude. That was Tony Stark. In the face of an absolute technological generation gap, things like pride could be tossed into the trash. That. Zhong Li swirled his empty wine glass, a slight smirk on his lips. That's the biological instinct of a galvanic mechamorph. To put it simply, I gave your armor a driver patch. A patch. You called it a patch. Tony pointed at the still smoking armor. You just made its performance leap 50 years beyond current human technology. If that's just a patch, then what am I writing? Garbage code. In a sense, yes. Zhong Li twisted the knife without mercy. Earth's programming languages are too inefficient, filled with redundant 0s and 1s. In the universe, we use a much more advanced logic. Tony was left speechless, but the longing in his eyes only intensified. If he could master this technology, Stark Industries would leave all competitors behind by centuries. All right, boy genius. Tony took a deep breath to calm himself. Since you've shown this capability and haven't killed me, you must want something. Tell me, what is it? Money, resources, or something else? Talking to smart people is so much easier. Zhong Li set down his glass and leaned forward, finally revealing a fox-like smile. Tony, you've looked it up. I'm an undocumented person. I have the tech and the power, but I lack money, a legal identity, and a place where I can live comfortably on Earth. Also, I don't like being watched. Zhong Li pointed at the ceiling, referring to SHIELD's satellites. That's too simple. Tony looked incredulous. You have the power to destroy the world, and your request is just to find a job. Just tell me if you'll give it to me or not. Deal. Tony was so quick to agree it was as if he feared Zhong Li would back out. By tomorrow morning, your employment contract, new identity documents, and an unlimited Stark Industries black card will be delivered here. And the position? Zhang Li asked. Chief Special Technical Advisor of Stark Industries. Tony snapped his fingers. Fill in whatever annual salary you want. The only work involved is coming to my lab every weekend to help me, optimize, my new inventions. Also, help me deal with S.H.I.E.L.D., Zhang Li added. I don't like that one-eyed guy. Don't worry. Tony flashed his signature arrogant smile. From now on, you're a Stark man. If Fury dares to touch you, I'll buy his helicarrier and turn it into an aerial nightclub. The two looked at each other and smiled, clinking their glasses. A tacit understanding unique to geniuses colluding in mischief flowed through the air. By the way, since you're the advisor. Tony immediately pulled out his phone, displaying a complex 3D model. Can you explain right now what's going on with that anti-gravity formula in line 48 of the code? How did you bypass the second law of thermodynamics? That. Zhang Li glanced at it. That's a basic physics problem for gray matter. If you want to learn, you have to start by changing your perception of gravity. That night, the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel was brightly lit. The smartest brain on earth and a youth with a genetic library of universal wisdom hungrily discussed technology capable of changing the course of human civilization. Meanwhile, downstairs at the hotel, inside an inconspicuous black SUV, Natasha Romanoff looked at the intel she had just received, a look of helplessness appearing on her usually calm face. She pressed her communicator. Director, cancel the capture mission. On the other end, Nick Fury's voice was low and suppressed. Why? Did the target escape? No, he didn't escape. Natasha looked up at the lit window on the 18th floor and sighed. Just now, Tony Stark used his highest clearance to raise Zhang Li's file encryption level to the same as Iron Man's. He also sent a strongly worded lawyer's letter to S.H.I.E.L.D. A lawyer's letter. Fury's voice sounded like he was constipated. Yes. Stark claims Zhang Li is a core asset of Stark Industries. If we dare take any coercive measures against his chief advisor, he will stop all technical support for S.H.I.E.L.D. There was silence on the other end for a full 10 seconds. Finally, only a classic, teeth-gritted curse came through. Stark, that fool. The next morning, Stark Industries Tower. This magnificent building, standing in the heart of Manhattan, was like a giant obelisk, proclaiming the Stark family's dominance in the fields of energy and military industry. A brand new silver Audi R8, an employee onboarding gift from Tony, pulled up steadily at the building's entrance, accompanied by a low engine roar. The car door opened, and Zhang Li, wearing a casual suit, stepped out. He raised his wrist, looked at the still simple black and green watch, then at the grand building before him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Yesterday I was a wanted person without an identity, today I'm the chief consultant. Life's twists and turns are truly more thrilling than a roller coaster. Just as he entered the lobby, a capable-looking blonde beauty in a professional suit came to meet him. Mr. Zhang. I'm Pepper Potts, Tony's private assistant. Pepper Potts looked at the overly young boy before her, a flash of undisguisable surprise in her eyes. Last night, Tony had suddenly requested the drafting of an employment contract with an astronomical annual salary, and the recipient was actually just a 16-year-old boy. Hello, Miss Potts. Zhang Li smiled and extended his hand. It seems Tony has the deed of sale ready. It's an employment contract. Pepper maintained her professional poise, handing over a golden magnetic card. This is your identification card. Your clearance level is second only to Tony himself. Thanks. Zhang Li took the magnetic card and was about to head toward the exclusive elevator. Wait. A deep yet somewhat cold voice suddenly came from the side. Zhang Li stopped in his tracks. A burly old man with a large bald head and a graying beard was walking over with several bodyguards in black suits. His aura was strong, a pressure cultivated from long-term high-ranking positions. Obadiah Stane. A veteran of Stark Industries and the current actual person in power in this building. Potts, who is this? Obadiah walked up to the two, completely ignoring Zhang Li, and questioned Pepper directly, how come I didn't know the company hired a high schooler? This is Stark Industries, not a nursery. Pepper was a bit nervous. Mr. Obadiah, this is the chief technical consultant Tony personally hired. Consultant. HMPH, Tony's head hasn't been clear lately, bringing any riffraff into the company. Obadiah snorted coldly, finally looking Zhang Li in the eye with a gaze full of contempt. Kid, take your severance pay and get out of this building. Before I call security. If it were an ordinary person facing the death stare of such a top financial tycoon, they would likely be trembling with fear already. But Zhang Li just looked at him quietly and suddenly laughed. He took a step forward and naturally helped Obadiah straighten his slightly crooked tie. This action was extremely offensive, causing the surrounding bodyguards to instantly reach for their waists. Don't be nervous, Uncle Stain. Zhang Li leaned into his ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. I just wanted to remind you that the power consumption of the secret lab in Section 16 is too high. If you want to secretly build that big iron chunk, Ironmonger, you'd better smooth out Stark Industries' internal power grid data first. Otherwise, it'll be very easy to find out. Obadiah's pupils constricted violently. The expression on his originally arrogant face froze instantly. Section 16. Reverse engineering. This was his biggest secret, something even Tony didn't know. How could this boy possibly know? What nonsense are you talking about? Obadiah's voice was very low, but the bone-chilling killing intent could no longer be hidden. I'm a technical consultant, after all. It's normal to be sensitive to data. Zhang Li took a step back, revealing a bright smile, and waved the door card in his hand. Don't look at me like that, baldies are prone to cerebral hemorrhages. I'm Tony's man now. Want to move against me? You'll have to ask him first. After speaking, Zhang Li ignored Obadiah's almost predatory gaze and walked into the elevator, whistling. It wasn't until the elevator doors closed that Obadiah took a sharp breath, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Investigate. He growled to the bodyguards behind him. Find out everything about this kid's background. Before tonight's operation. I want him gone forever. Top floor, Stark Lab. Tony Stark was scratching his head in front of a bunch of holographic projections. Hey, boss. Zhang Li walked in as if he were coming home. Still studying that gravity formula. You're here. Tony looked at Zhang Li as if he were seeing a savior. Quickly tell me, why is this variable negative? It violates the laws of thermodynamics. Because that's anti-gravity mechanics. Zhang Li casually corrected a few parameters. Genius. Tony lamented. Tony, stop with the sentiment for a moment. Zhang Li pulled over a chair and sat down, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard as he pulled up Stark Tower's energy monitoring map. Look at this. On the screen, a red abnormal energy consumption peak was particularly jarring. This is the energy map of the building's bottom floor. Zhang Li pointed at the peak. Someone has privately diverted a massive amount of energy to charge some kind of large-scale equipment. Based on the waveform analysis, it's very similar to the construction of your Mark I prototype, but 3 times the size. Tony's smile vanished. He was a top-tier engineer, he knew what this meant at a glance. Reverse engineering, someone is secretly copying my suit technology. Tony's face turned grim. And it's happening inside my company. In this building, besides you, who else has the clearance to call upon this level of energy? Zhang Li asked, knowing the answer. Obadiah. Tony breathed the name, a flash of pain in his eyes. And he's been pushing you for that miniature arc reactor tech lately, right? Zhang Li stood up and looked out at the gloomy sky. Tony, admit it. The uncle who saved you from the terrorists is actually the one who sold them the weapons. Tony was silent for a long time, finally slamming the table hard. What does he want? To build an army? No, he wants to build an ironmonger to replace you. Zhang Li looked at Tony. If I were him, since the technology can't be cracked, the easiest way would be to just steal the ready-made one. For example, the one in your chest. Tony subconsciously covered the reactor in his chest, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. You mean, he'll make a move tonight? Most likely. He can't wait any longer. Zhang Li's lips curled slightly. How about it, boss? Want to prepare a surprise party for him? Tony took a deep breath and dragged out that mechanical gauntlet from under the workbench. Jarvis, prepare battle mode. Also, preheat that new suit that hasn't been painted yet. Just then, the long-awaited system notification sounded in Zhongli's mind. Sudden quest triggered. Night of the Iron Fall. Quest objective. Assist Iron Man in defeating Ironmonger. Special challenge. Use the way big form to provide the villain with the ultimate sense of despair. Quest reward. Unlock trial access for the Master Control Mode. Function, no cooldown. Switch forms with a thought. Limited to 10 minutes. Zhong Li's eyes lit up instantly. Master Control Mode. That was the most broken feature of the Omnitrix. With it, he would be the true king of transformations. It seems tonight, Zhong Li looked at the neon lights gradually lighting up outside the window, his smile turning wicked. Someone is going to experience what a dimensional strike feels like. Night fell, and a torrential rain poured down. On the top floor of Stark Tower, the roar of thunder outside the floor-to-ceiling windows masked the subtle sound of the elevator doors opening. Obadiah Stane held that small sonic paralysis device in his hand, a hypocritical smile on his face as he walked into Tony's office. Although he had been startled by that kid named Zhong Li during the day, he was an old fox and would never give up his plan because of a few words. On the contrary, this sense of crisis made him decide to act early. As long as he got the miniature reactor from Tony's chest, his Ironmonger would have perpetual energy. At that time, he would kill anyone in his way. Tony, working overtime so late. Obadiah looked at Tony, who was sitting on the sofa with his back to him, and quietly pressed the paralysis device in his hand. Z's. A high-frequency sound wave, audible only at a specific frequency, spread instantly. This kind of sound wave could instantly paralyze a person's central nervous system, making them unable to move, and cause severe internal ear bleeding within minutes. Obadiah looked at Tony's motionless back and revealed a smile of victory. Don't blame me, Tony. You forced me. You're like a goose that lays golden eggs, but now you don't want to lay them anymore, so I can only kill the goose to get the eggs. He pulled a mechanical pincer specifically designed for dismantling reactors from his pocket and strode toward Tony. You know, this was originally my most perfect masterpiece. Obadiah reached out to grab Tony's shoulder, preparing to turn him around and forcibly take his heart. A pity, you're going to ruin Stark Industries. However, the moment his hand touched Tony. Snap! A cold, metallic glinting mechanical palm suddenly reached back and clamped onto Obadiah's wrist. Are those your last words, Uncle Stane? Tony slowly turned around. There was no look of pain on his face. His ears were plugged with a pair of special earplugs glowing blue. And on his right hand, he was clearly wearing a charging Mark armor glove. Zhong already warned me that you would use such underhanded tactics. Tony's voice was as cold as ice. Jarvis already blocked this sonic frequency a minute ago. Wah! What? Obadiah turned pale with fright and tried to break free, but he was held fast by the mechanical hand. That was hydraulic-driven power, not something a human could contend with. Since you like this reactor so much, take a good look at it. The pulse cannon in Tony's palm lit up instantly. Boom! A point-blank pulse cannon blast sent Obadiah flying. Obadiah smashed through the expensive glass coffee table and slammed hard into the wine cabinet on the wall, his body covered in glass shards and bleeding profusely. Cough, cough. Obadiah spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't beg for mercy. Instead, he began to grin hideously. Good. Very good. Tony, you've grown up. You've learned to scheme against me. He suddenly pulled a crude remote control from his coat and pressed it hard. I originally wanted to get the reactor before starting it. Since I can't get it, I'll use that disposable battery, to send you on your way first. Rumble. The floor beneath their feet suddenly shook violently, as if some giant beast were waking up. Then, the office floor exploded. A huge, crude gray metallic giant hand burst out from the secret compartment below, grabbing Tony, who hadn't had time to put on his full armor, and smashed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, rushing onto the rainy night terrace. Ironmonger, appearing. This was a steel behemoth over 3 meters tall, covered in heavy weapons. Compared to Tony's sophisticated Mark armor, it was like a walking tank, filled with Soviet-style crude aesthetics. Although it could only run for 15 minutes on a set of high-energy batteries in its back due to the lack of an arc reactor, that was enough to kill Tony 100 times over. Ha 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 ha. Obadiah stumbled toward the terrace, the cockpit opened, and he skillfully climbed inside. With the sound of hydraulic rods closing, the steel monster's eyes lit up with a crimson glow. Tony, you think your little toy can beat me? The ironmonger's massive mechanical arm swung violently, swatting Tony, who had just climbed out of the rubble, like a fly, slamming him into the edge of the helipad. Your technology is too delicate. In front of a real war machine, this is just for show. Obadiah controlled the ironmonger. The Gatling gun on its shoulder began to warm up, its muzzle aimed at the fallen Tony, who had no helmet protection. Farewell, nephew. Just then. Hey, you bald guy over there. A lazy voice came through the curtain of rain. Obadiah turned the massive mechanical head. He saw Zhong Li holding a black umbrella, leaning against the terrace railing, playing with the sonic paralysis device he had snatched from Obadiah's hand. You're that consultant kid. Obadiah grinned hideously. Perfect, I'll send you both on your way. The ironmonger raised its right arm, and an anti-tank missile instantly locked onto Zhong Li. Kid, in your next life, remember not to mess with people you shouldn't mess with. Is that so? Zhong Li threw away the umbrella in his hand. The torrential rain instantly soaked his suit, but the light in his eyes was more dazzling than lightning. Obadiah, you think your mecha is big. Strong. Zhong Li raised his left hand, pressed the button on the Omnitrix, and turned it to a brand new icon that no one had ever seen before. Then let me show you what true, big means. System prompt. Mission target confirmed. Safety restrictions lifted. Tokustar DNA loaded. Transform. This time, there was no flashing green light. Instead, a red and white storm, seemingly from the depths of the universe, shot straight into the sky. Boom. A terrifying air pressure erupted instantly with Zhong Li at the center, blowing away the torrential rain. Obadiah only felt his vision go dark. He looked up. He looked up again. Until the ironmonger's neck was tilted back to its limit. What he saw was no longer the sky, but a leg. A red and white giant leg as massive as a skyscraper. As his gaze continued to move upward, the height of Stark Tower, which originally looked down on New York, now only reached this giant's knee. A way big over 100 meters tall, covered in red and white cosmic armor with a large streamlined crest on its head, stood in the center of Manhattan. Way Big. To avoid crushing the building, Way Big didn't fully land on the roof. Instead, he used the immense potential energy from the transformation to hover like a satellite for half a second before lightly placing one foot on the terrace. Just this, light, landing. Creak. The steel structure on the top floor of Stark Tower made a tooth-aching twisting sound, as if it could collapse at any moment. And at Way Big's feet. The originally imposing, 3-meter-tall ironmonger now looked like a plastic figurine that had wandered into a Lego toy city. Zhong Li, Way Big, looked down. Two yellow eyes like searchlights pierced through the clouds, staring intently at the ironmonger below. The massive voice, like a god's roar, echoed over all of New York. Who did you just say was just for show? Obadiah sat in the cockpit, his entire body trembling. It was a fear born from biological instinct, an absolute awe of a giant. The anti-tank missile in his hand now looked like a toothpick. Monster. He subconsciously pulled the trigger. The Gatling gun roared madly, and the anti-tank missile whistled out. Clang, clang. The bullets hit Way Big's ankle armor without even leaving a white mark. The missile exploded, sounding like a small firecracker popping at the giant's feet, failing to even scratch the paint. Zhong Li sighed. This was too weak, it didn't even deserve the use of cosmic rays. He simply raised that massive foot, large enough to cover the entire helipad. Tony, remember to deduct the repair costs for this floor from my salary. Then, he stepped down. No. Accompanied by Obadiah's desperate scream. Squish. A crisp sound of metal being flattened. The once arrogant ironmonger was directly stepped into the reinforced concrete floor of Stark Tower, becoming a literal, dual-vector foil, iron pancake. The world went quiet. The heavy rain had just stopped, and Manhattan's night sky was painted red and blue by police lights. On top of Stark Tower, the 100-meter-tall red and white giant still stood amidst the ruins. The streamlined crest on its head seemed to touch the clouds, and the green hourglass emblem on its chest emitted a faint glow in the darkness. It was a suffocating silence. Neither the NYPD, New York Police Department, arriving on the ground nor the armed helicopters in the distance dared to make a sound. In the face of an absolute giant, human fear is etched into the DNA. Oh my God. Tony Stark, wearing his damaged, portable armor, craned his neck, which ached terribly, but he dared not look away. As one of the smartest people on Earth, his brain was calculating frantically. According to the gravity formula, if a creature of this size accidentally fell, it would cause at least a magnitude 4.0 earthquake across Midtown Manhattan. Hey, big guy. Tony swallowed, trying to speak through the armor's amplifier. I hate to interrupt, but SHIELD's fighter jets will arrive in 30 seconds. If you don't want to turn New York into a monster wrestling ring, I suggest you shrink a bit. Way Big lowered its head. The pair of giant yellow eyes stared down at Tony, who looked like an ant, and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, inside the shield helicarrier. Target locked. All weapon systems preheated. Nick Fury roared, he must not be allowed to leave. We need to know this giant's weakness. With a size like that, have the Celestials arrived? On the screen, countless red target boxes focused on Way Big's head and chest. Officer, attempting spectral scan. Agent Hill's fingers flew across the keyboard. Energy readings, incalculable. If I had to make a comparison, his body contains cosmic rays capable of destroying a small planet. Fury's face darkened completely. A walking planet-destroying weapon. In the center of New York City. Scan initiating. An invisible, high-frequency detection beam shot down from a satellite outside the atmosphere, enveloping Way Big's body. However, the moment the beam touched the target. You want to scan me? Zhong Li's Way Big's voice boomed between heaven and earth. Shield, your reach is too long. He neither counterattacked nor fled. He simply raised his left hand and lightly tapped the badge on his chest. Switch. ZZZZT. There was no explosion, no flash. Under everyone's gaze, the 100-meter-tall red and white giant, like a holographic projection with a bad connection, flickered instantly, and then, vanished into thin air. What? Fury jumped up from his chair. Where is the target? A giant that big just disappeared. Thermal imaging lost. Radar lost. Satellite feed, blank. The technician reported in panic. Officer, the scan beam passed right through the target area. There's only air there. On the top floor of Stark Tower. Tony was also stunned. The giant disappeared too quickly, leaving behind only a gust of wind that nearly blew him off the terrace. Zhong. Tony called out tentatively. Where are you? If you turned into Ant-Man, you better make a sound so I don't step on you. Behind you, boss. A cold, hoarse whisper, as if from the abyss of hell, suddenly sounded in Tony's ear. That voice carried a spine-chilling coldness that made Tony's hair stand on end. He spun around violently, his repulsor ray instinctively lighting up. But what he saw was not Zhong Li, but a gray phantom floating in midair. It had only one purple eye, and its body floated like torn grave clothes, covered in black stripes. Incursine, ghost freak. What is this? A ghost. Tony felt his materialistic worldview collapsing. Wait, this isn't science. Is this a quantum phase shift? Or some kind of optical camouflage? Ghost Freak's single eye rotated, letting out an unsettling chuckle. I can be anyone I want, and I can exist nowhere. Although Zhong Li's voice was calm, he wasn't feeling relaxed inside. The moment he transformed into Ghost Freak, he felt a cold, tyrannical consciousness trying to burrow into his brain. It was the Incursine's original evil consciousness. Go back. Zhong Li silently roared, forcefully suppressing the agitation. Ghost Freak's gray skin peeled away like a curtain, revealing the black-haired young man in a casual suit underneath. Zhong Li landed, adjusted his slightly messy collar, his face a little pale. Continuously switching between Way Big and Ghost Freak consumed massive amounts of mental energy. Phew. Zhong Li let out a long breath and glanced at the ironmonger, which had been flattened into a metal pancake beneath his feet. Crisis averted. That bald guy probably can't be scraped out. I suggest cutting him out along with this floor section and turning it into a modern art exhibit named, The Price of Greed. Tony looked at the relaxed young man in front of him, and the repulsor ray in his hand slowly extinguished. A quantum phantom, incredible. Tony walked over, staring at Zhongli as if he were a rare animal. How many more faces do you have? Are that 100-meter giant and this phantom truly the same type of biotech? That's a trade secret, Tony. Zhongli smiled. But if you're willing to add another zero to my black card limit, I might consider telling you. Tony rolled his eyes, but his tense nerves finally relaxed. The limit is fine. But first, we need to get a cheeseburger. Even if we're saving the world, we can't do it on an empty stomach. Half an hour later, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were still sealing off the streets like headless flies, searching for the vanished giant. Meanwhile, Zhongli and Tony were sitting in the intact lounge downstairs, eating top-tier Wagyu burgers ordered by Jarvis. Zhongli excused himself to the restroom, hid in a stall, and eagerly activated the system. Tonight's battle was a great harvest. Mission settling. Sudden mission. Knight of Iron's fall completed. Challenge achieved. Use the way big form to give the villain the most desperate sense of oppression. Rating. SSS rank. You showed the world what dimensional reduction strike means. Reward distributed. Item acquired. Omnitrix Master Control Mode Trial Card 10 minutes times 1. Description. In Master Control Mode, the host can instantly switch forms using only thought, with no cooldown or energy consumption limits. Special reward. Genetic Fusion Function Trial Version. Description. Allows the host to fuse 2 unlocked basic alien genes. Current mental strength only supports 1 fusion, lasting 5 minutes. Master Control Mode. Zhongli's breathing hitched as he looked at the golden glowing card in his inventory. This is the Omnitrix's most broken function. In the original Ben 10 story, Ben, after activating Master Control Mode, could take on Morgoth's entire fleet by himself. And 1 chance for genetic fusion. Countless possibilities flashed through Zhongli's mind. If it's 4 arms plus Diamond Head, that would be an integrated offense and defense war machine. If it's Heat Blast plus XLR-8, that would be a high-speed blazing chariot. It looks like future battles will become much more interesting. Zhongli washed his face, looking at himself in the mirror. He walked out of the restroom. Tony was frowning at the news footage on a holographic screen. On the screen, Wei Big's blurry silhouette dominated all the headlines, with sensational titles like, God appears in New York. Is Iron Man out of control? Looks like we're famous. Tony pointed at the screen. S.H.I.E.L.D. just sent me 3 encrypted emails asking if that giant was Stark Industries' secret weapon. How did you reply? Zhongli took a bite of his burger. I told them it was my new inflatable doll, Tony shrugged. They don't have any proof anyway. Well done, boss. Zhongli smiled. In this Marvel universe, having a billionaire take the blame for you feels great. However, Tony changed the subject, staring intently at Zhongli. To prevent you from transforming and crushing my building again, or turning into a phantom to scare me, I think we need to develop a new set of armor. What? Anti-giant armor, or perhaps, anti-Zhongli armor. 3 months later. Malibu Beach, California. Inside Tony Stark's cliffside villa, deafening heavy metal rock music was blasting. A little to the left. No, to the right. Clumsy hands, increase the torque on the robotic arm by 15%. In the underground laboratory, Tony, wearing a black tank top and sweating profusely, was debugging the chassis of a brand new suit of armor. This suit was bulkier than the Mark III, its surface covered in a special insulating coating. Not far from him, Zhongli was lying on a leather sofa wearing sunglasses, holding a controller, playing the latest Call of Duty on the big screen. Tony, you still haven't given up on that anti-upgrade armor. Zhongli lazily complained while reloading his character. I already told you, upgrade takes over technology at the molecular level. Unless you make the armor out of pure stone, or drive it with steam like a caveman, as long as there are circuits, I can hack in. Shut up and eat your chips. Tony yelled without turning his head. I added 3 layers of quantum encryption locks in the underlying code and disconnected all external network interfaces. This time, even your alien slime won't be able to get in. Over these 3 months, Stark Industries seemed to have been launched on a rocket. With Zhong Li, this chief consultant, possessing an alien knowledge base, Tony's tech tree had been skewed skyward. The arc reactor had been upgraded to the third generation, and the clean energy project had already been rolled out globally. Stark's stock price had doubled. And Zhong Li had begun living his dream life of a boringly wealthy man, living in an ocean view villa, earning an astronomical annual salary, with his only tasks being to occasionally deflate Tony's ego and help S.H.I.E.L.D. deal with a few troublesome mutated creatures. Sir. Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupted Tony's roar. Agent Phil Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. is requesting an emergency call. He says there's a highest level, unknown object crash incident and specifically asks for Consultant Zhang. Unknown object crash. A satellite fell. Tony wiped his sweat. Tell him unless it's an alien invasion, don't bother me. Put him through. Zhang Li threw down the controller and sat up straight. Doing the math, that blonde hunk with a hammer should be about due to be thrown down by his dad. A holographic screen unfolded, revealing Coulson's trademark nice guy face, though his expression was unusually serious now, with a background of a desert with swirling yellow sand. Good afternoon, Mr. Stark, Consultant Zhang. Coulson wasted no time, directly pulling up a satellite photo. The photo showed a massive crater. And lying quietly at the bottom of the crater was a simple, even somewhat brick-like, short-handled iron hammer. A hammer. Tony laughed, taking a towel to wipe his hands. Coulson, has S.H.I.E.L.D. switched to construction now? Or is this some performance artist's work? This is no ordinary hammer. Coulson's voice was dry. It crashed yesterday in the town of Old Bridge, New Mexico. We tried cranes, high-horsepower tractors, even used 2 helicopters pulling simultaneously. And the result? It didn't budge. Coulson took a deep breath. Even when the cables snapped, it didn't move a micrometer. It's as if, welded to a fixed point in space. Even more interesting, this thing has intense electromagnetic interference around it, yet no radiation is detected. Coulson looked at Zhong Li. Consultant Zhang, Director Fury believes this might be another type of extraterrestrial civilization, ultra-dense material. We need an expert. Ding. Main quest triggered. Trial of the Gods. Quest objective. Go to New Mexico, make contact with Mjolnir. Optional challenge. Attempt to use brute force to oppose Odin's magic. Quest reward. Unlock a new alien gene. Feedback. Seeing the reward, Zhong Li's pupils contracted sharply. Feedback. That overpowered alien who can absorb any energy in the universe and double it back. If 4 arms is the god of physical combat, then feedback is the father of energy combat. This is specifically designed to counter mage tanks like Thor. I'll take the job. Zhong Li stood up and stretched. Just about time I got out of the house, my bones are getting rusty. I'm coming too. Tony suddenly threw down the wrench in his hand, his eyes flashing with a scientist's fervor, a hammer that can't be lifted. I don't believe it. It must be some kind of neutron star matter, or a gravitational wave anomaly. I want to see which physical constant is broken. 4 hours later. New Mexico, on the endless expanse of the Gobi Desert. A Quinjet slowly landed beside the circular base S.H.I.E.L.D. had temporarily set up. As Zhong Li and Tony stepped off the plane, they felt a gust of dry, hot wind. The area around the crater had been completely sealed off by S.H.I.E.L.D., like a small fortress had been built. This place is really hot. Tony took off his sunglasses, looking disdainfully at the surrounding dust. Jarvis, remind me to donate some air conditioners here when we get back. This way, gentlemen. Coulson was already waiting. He led them through multiple layers of security checks directly to the bottom of the crater. The legendary Mjolnir lay quietly in the dirt, its surface engraved with intricate runes, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This is it. Tony walked forward, pulling out a handheld scanner. The readings are strange, unknown metallic elements. The density doesn't seem that high. Skeptical, he reached out, grasped the hammer's handle, and pulled hard. It didn't budge. Hey! Tony activated the portable exoskeleton device on his wrist. Mechanical assist activated, maximum power. The mechanical arm buzzed with overload, Tony's face turned red with strain. The dirt under his feet was stomped into pits, but the hammer remained as steady as Mount Tai, as if mocking him. This is why I don't like magic. Tony let go, panting, it violates the laws of mechanics. Giving up already. Zhang Li walked forward, cracking his knuckles. The surrounding agents all stopped their work, curiously looking at this legendary super consultant. Zhang, what are you planning to do? Tony raised an eyebrow. Try transforming into that four-armed Hulk. Or that terrifyingly huge giant. Forget the giant, it would collapse this place. Zhang Li stood before the hammer, his left hand pressed against his chest. He knew very well this was Odin's enchantment. Those without the worthiness, no matter their strength, could not lift it. But he just wanted to try if the ultimate brute force of alien technology could slightly shake the rules of a god. Transform. A flash of red light. The originally slender teenager instantly vanished, replaced by the 3.5 meter tall, four-armed red giant. 4 arms. Huff. Zhang Li exhaled a puff of hot air, his 4 hands cracking as he clenched them. Up. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Li's upper 2 hands fiercely grasped the hammer's handle, his lower 2 hands braced against the ground for leverage. Every muscle in his body instantly tensed, veins bulging. Ha! Terrifying power erupted, the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered, cracks spreading out over 10 meters in all directions. However, the hammer didn't budge. System alert. High-dimensional energy lock detected, unknown magic. Omnitrix cannot parse this rule. So it really won't work. Zhang Li narrowed his eyes. Since it can't be lifted. 4 arms suddenly released the hammer, his lower 2 hands turning into shovel-like shapes, beginning to frantically dig the dirt beneath the hammer. What is he doing? Coulson was stunned. He's trying to exploit a glitch. Tony mused thoughtfully. In just a few seconds, the dirt beneath the hammer was hollowed out. But a shocking scene occurred. The hammer did not fall down. Instead, it remained suspended in midair. It wasn't locked to an object, but to a coordinate in space. Interesting. Zhang Li reverted from his transformation, looking at the suspended hammer with a playful smile. Tony, if I keep digging down, dig right through the earth beneath it, do you think it would fly into outer space because of the earth's rotation? Just as everyone was rendered speechless by this mind-boggling idea, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the base. Officer. An intruder. Also a big guy. On the surveillance screen, a muscular man with long blonde hair, built like a bodybuilding champion, was throwing agents aside like sandbags as he charged straight for the crater. Zhang Li looked at the brute on the screen and smiled. The main character had arrived. Night fell, and the rain poured down. Thunder rumbled over the desert of New Mexico, as if responding to the wrath of a certain deity. The shield temporary base's barbed wire fence was violently torn open. A burly man with long golden hair and a muddy t-shirt, like an enraged beast, charged through the agents. Stop him. Quick. The agent's shouts rose and fell, but even though the strong man had lost his divine power, he still possessed the formidable physique and fighting skills of an Asgardian. Over-the-shoulder throws, elbow strikes, and charges, the well-trained agents were like children learning to walk in front of him. Tony Stark, watching from above, took off his sunglasses and whistled. Whoa, who is this guy? A WWE professional wrestling champion. Those muscles are only slightly inferior to mine. That's Thor. Zhang Li leaned against the railing, holding a can of cola, looking at the man roaring in the mud, or rather, the former Thor. Thor. Tony scoffed, the one from Norse mythology. Come on, Zhang, we're scientists, not fairy tale readers. As he spoke, Thor had already knocked down the last agent in his way. He was drenched and covered in mud, but his blue eyes burned with fervent hope. He saw the hammer. That was his Mjolnir. That was the power his father had left him. I am Thor. Thor roared, rushed into the meteorite crater, and grabbed the hammer's handle. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Coulson's finger was on the trigger, Hawkeye had drawn his bowstring taut on the high tower, and Tony's mechanical arm was fully charged. Thor showed a confident smile. As long as I pick it up, I can become Thor again, and I can return to Asgard. Rise. He pulled hard. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Rain streamed down Thor's golden hair into his eyes, but the smile on his face froze. It didn't budge. The hammer was as if it had grown into the ground. No. This is impossible. Thor panicked. He gripped the hammer handle with both hands, using all his strength, kicking the mud beneath his feet into a mess, veins bulging on his neck, letting out a beast-like growl from his throat. Ah! The hammer still lay there indifferently, without the slightest response. Not even a spark emerged to comfort its former master. Father! Thor's strength ran out. He released his grip dejectedly, collapsing into the mud, looking up at the torrential rain and thunder, letting out a desperate roar. Why? Why abandon me? At that moment, the pride of a god was utterly shattered. How pathetic. Tony shook his head, the amusement in his eyes gone. Looks like he's just a lunatic. Coulson, have someone cuff him. Wait. Zhongli crushed the empty cola can in his hand and casually tossed it into the trash can. The show has just begun. Tony, do me a favor, tell the agents to stand down. I'm going to talk to him. Talk. To a lunatic. No, to a power bank that's lost its battery. Zhongli straightened his collar and walked down the slope into the meteorite crater. At this moment, Thor was kneeling in the mud, his eyes vacant, like a body without a soul. Even when Zhongli walked up to him, he showed no reaction. Hey, buddy. Zhongli squatted down, looking at the legendary Mjolnir. Is this your treasure? Doesn't seem very obedient, does it? Thor looked up, his eyes hollow. Mortal, you don't understand. I'm not worthy. I'm no longer worthy of it. Whether you're worthy or not, that's up to your old man to decide. Zhongli stood up, placing his left hand on the omnitrix on his chest. However, I see the energy field around this hammer is a bit too strong. Perhaps it's locked because of power overload. What? Thor didn't understand. Watch closely, blonde. A proud smile played on Zhongli's lips as his finger rapidly spun the dial, locking onto the newly unlocked icon. Since you can't pull it out, I'll help it, vent its fire. It's hero time. Black light instantly erupted. This time, the transformation light effect was no longer green or red, but a profound black, mixed with flickering golden electric arcs. When the light dissipated, a slender black alien appeared in the rain. He had only one giant green eye, two long antennae-like plugs on his head, metal plugs at his fingertips, and a tail like an electrical cable behind him. Feedback. What the hell is this thing now? Tony stared from the high platform, a lightning rod with a tail. Or a sentient power outlet. Zhongli feedback wiggled his fingers, emitting a crackling sound of electricity. He felt it. Within the hammer before him, there was a vast, suffocating energy. That was the Odin force, the law of thunder, one of the purest energy sources in the universe. Delicious. Zhongli extended his hands, and the plugs at his fingertips pressed directly onto the surface of Mjolnir. I'll drain you dry. Boom. The moment of contact, the previously silent Mjolnir suddenly trembled violently. It sensed a threat. A dazzling blue lightning burst from the hammer, trying to repel the offender. But this was exactly what feedback wanted. Excellent. Zhongli's single eye gleamed with a mad light. Feedback's ability is to absorb any form of energy from across the universe and convert it into his own power. If he can even withstand the Big Bang, what is a little Thor's power? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Terrifying lightning surged madly into Zhongli's body through his fingers. The two antennae on his head glowed intensely, and his tail lashed the air like a whip, each strike creating a shower of sparks. Ah! Zhongli let out a long, satisfying roar. It was too vast. This energy was purer than any electricity he had ever absorbed before. Beside him, Thor, who had been utterly despondent, was completely dumbfounded. What did he see? A black monster, actually, assaulting Mjolnir's lightning. Stop. That's my hammer. Thor tried to pounce forward but was directly knocked back by the stray currents. It's my power bank now. Zhongli increased his suction. The Mjolnir, once shimmering silver and constantly radiating majesty, now had its runes dimming, and its formerly unrivaled divine brilliance was being frantically drained. System prompt. Absorbing high-dimensional energy, Odin Force fragment. Energy reserve. 200% overload state. Burp. 3 minutes later. Zhongli suddenly let go, letting out a burp accompanied by electric sparks. He felt like a balloon about to explode, every cell in his body spewing lightning. And the Mjolnir on the ground, though not damaged, was dull and gray, like a piece of scrap metal abandoned by the roadside, completely devoid of its former glory. Phew, what a kick. Zhong Li glanced at the dumbfounded Thor, then grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth flashing with electric arcs. Buddy, your hammer is out of power. You can try now, maybe it's lighter. With that, Zhong Li raised a finger to the sky. Thanks for the meal, now, I'll give it back to you. Boom. An incredibly thick, terrifying pillar of lightning, mixed with gold and blue, shot from Zhong Li's fingertip, directly piercing through the heavy rain clouds and soaring into outer space. The entire night sky of New Mexico was illuminated as bright as day in that instant. Asgard, Golden Palace. Although Odin was in slumber, Loki, temporarily holding the throne, was observing Earth with the eternal spear in hand, seated on the throne. When he saw the lightning pillar shooting into the sky, and the black alien who had drained Mjolnir into scrap metal, Loki's face, usually adorned with a sinister smile, instantly froze. What kind of monster is that? Loki tightened his grip on the eternal spear, a flicker of apprehension and killing intent in his eyes. Mortals cannot wield such power. This will threaten my plans. He turned his head and looked towards the end of the Bifrost Bridge. Destroyer. Loki ordered in a low voice, go to Earth. Kill Thor. And while you're at it, crush that black bug for me. Boom. The night sky over New Mexico, which had just calmed down, was once again torn apart by a massive rainbow pillar of light. A violent energy whirlwind swept up clouds of yellow sand in the desert, directly blowing away the barbed wire fence Shield had just repaired. As the light faded, a 3-meter-tall steel giant, made entirely of an unknown silver metal with a faceless, dark-slit visage, stood silently at the edge of the crater. Destroyer. Asgard's ultimate guardian, Odin's divine weapon. Mr. Stark. Coulson peered out from behind cover, looking at the imposing metal giant. Is this another one of your company's secret weapons? No. Tony Stark kicked away a crate on the ground, stepped onto the red portable armor Mark V prototype, and mechanical plates instantly covered his body. My design aesthetic isn't that retro. And this thing has no electrical response. It's powered entirely by magic. Zhong Li, who had already de-transformed, pinched the empty soda can in his hand, looking at Destroyer. Seems you've pissed off your brother, Thor. Thor, kneeling on the ground, jerked his head up, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Loki. No, he's here to take me home. Brother. I'm here. Staggering, Thor rushed toward Destroyer, arms spread wide, a foolish grin on his face. Brother. I know I was wrong. Take me back to see father. However, what awaited him was not an embrace. Destroyer's originally pitch-black faceplate suddenly opened, revealing the searing orange hellfire within. ZZZZT. Boom. A beam of destructive energy mercilessly blasted the car at Thor's feet. The massive explosion shockwave sent the now mortal Thor flying over 10 meters, slamming him hard into the muddy water, leaving him in a wretched state. Seems he's not here to pick you up, but to send you off, Zhong Li remarked coolly. Open fire. Seeing this, Coulson immediately gave the order. Shield. Agents' automatic rifles roared, bullets raining down on Destroyer. Clink, clank, clink. The bullets struck the Uru metal, not even leaving a scratch. Destroyer took heavy, deliberate steps, ignoring all attacks. Its faceplate opened again, a terrifying high-temperature heat ray sweeping across the area, instantly turning half the base into a sea of fire. Jarvis, crank the output to max. Tony couldn't just watch. Even though this portable suit's defenses were average, he charged forward anyway, firing his repulsor blasts in rapid succession. Boom. Boom. 2 pulse blasts hit Destroyer's head with precision, but only succeeded in making its head tilt slightly. Destroyer turned its head, the empty mask seeming to mock Tony. It raised its hand and backhanded him. Clang. Tony spun through the air 3 times like a swatted tennis ball before crashing headfirst into a sand dune. Warning. Armor integrity at 40%. Magical energy corroding armor plating. Tony scrambled up, covered in dust, cursing. Alright, I don't like magic. Zhang. Stop watching. Use that big guy way big to stomp it flat. Stomping it flat would be a waste. Zhang Li watched the rampaging destroyer, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Tony, don't you see? Even though this thing is a magical weapon, its essence. Zhang Li pointed at destroyer's hollow shell. Is a suit of armor. A suit of armor made of an unknown metal, hollow inside, controlled by remote command. At that moment, Thor climbed out of the muddy water again. Looking at the injured agents and the downed Tony, a look of resolve flashed in his eyes. He began walking step by step toward Destroyer. Brother, whatever I did to make you hate me so, kill me, but spare these innocent people. Destroyer halted. Its faceplate opened, the orange glow intensifying to its peak, energy sufficient to vaporize Thor in an instant. At this critical moment, want to play the hero? Get in line. A lazy voice sounded in Thor's ear. Zhang Li pressed his left hand on the Omnitrix, quickly rotating the dial, locking onto the black and green circuit icon. For this kind of metal construct with no consciousness, purely command-driven, whether technological or magical, it was the perfect host for a galvanic mechamorph. It's hero time. Black and green data stream light erupted once more. Zhang Li's body instantly liquefied, transforming into a flowing mass of black metallic fluid etched with green circuit patterns. Galvanic mechamorph. Upgrade. Cover me. Transforming into a streak of black light, Zhang Li skimmed across the ground at high speed. A microsecond before Destroyer's beam fired, he shot upwards, slamming directly onto Destroyer's back. Roar. Destroyer let out a beast-like roar, the magical energy within it surging wildly, trying to shake off the foreign object on its body. Stop struggling, big guy. Zhang Li's voice echoed directly within Destroyer's metal shell. The black liquid metal rapidly seeped into every crevice of the Uru metal, forcibly covering those ancient magical runes. System alert. High-density Uru metal construct detected. Analyzing drive logic. Identified as Odin rune command. Executing translation. Translating. Magic. 2. Bioelectrical signal. Translation successful. Upgrade might not understand magic, but he could control the vessel. As long as he controlled this armor's joints and blocked its energy vents, no matter how strong the magic, it couldn't be unleashed. ZZZZT. Under the astonished gazes of everyone. Destroyer's originally silver body was being visibly enveloped by the black fluid at a rapid pace. Countless green circuit patterns crawled over its entire form like veins. Asgard, upon the throne. Loki, holding the eternal spear and controlling Destroyer, suddenly felt the connection in his hand sever. It was like having the internet cable yanked out mid-game. What's going on? Loki frowned deeply, frantically channeling his divine power. Move. Move. I am the king of Asgard. Earth, New Mexico. The orange hellfire that had been spewing from Destroyer's face suddenly extinguished. 1 second later. A green light reignited. The originally circular, destruction signifying single eye transformed into a massive, faintly glowing green hourglass symbol. It was no longer Odin's Destroyer. Now, it was Zhang Li's magical mecha. Clank, clank, clank. The blackened Destroyer moved its neck, emitting a series of mechanical grinding sounds. Zhang Li, piloting this body with god-level defenses, turned around, looking at the dumbfounded Thor and Tony in the distance. Feels good. A massive electronic synthesized voice emanated from within Destroyer. Much tougher than your Mark suit, Tony. Tony's jaw dropped. You hacked it. You can even hack magical equipment. As long as it's an empty shell, I can get inside. Zhang Li, controlling Destroyer, slowly raised his head, gazing toward the boundless starry sky. He knew that at the end of that rainbow bridge, a pair of eyes were watching this place. Zhang Li raised the right hand covered in black liquid metal toward the sky, slowly extending a thumb. Then, turned it down. Hear that, Loki? Your delivery, I've signed for it. As a return gift, I'll take good care of this armor for you. Did you hear that, Loki? Zhang Li, controlling the corrupted Destroyer, gave a thumbs up to the sky, then forcefully turned it down. This silent slap traveled across light years, directly striking the face of Asgard's temporary god king, Loki. Asgard, Bifrost Bridge Hub. Loki's hand gripping the eternal spear had bulging veins, his originally charmingly wicked face now twisted frighteningly. A mortal dares to defile a god's weapon. Loki felt unprecedented humiliation. Not only had he failed to kill Thor, but he had also gifted Odin's ultimate weapon to the enemy. If this got out, how could he maintain his standing across the 9 realms? If I can't have it, then none of you shall live. A flash of madness crossed Loki's eyes. He violently plunged the eternal spear into the console, wildly outputting divine power to activate the self-destruct protocol within the destroyer, known only to its creator. For the glory of the king, be destroyed. Earth, New Mexico. Warning. Detected exponential surge in magical core energy. Warning. Irreversible self-destruct sequence activated. Countdown. 5 seconds. Zhong Li, who had been enjoying his control, suddenly felt the metal shell become unbearably hot. The green hourglass symbol flashed red frantically. An uncontrollable, violent divine power rampaged within the destroyer, trying to blast everything to dust. Playing self-destruct. Loki, you sore losing elementary school kid. Zhong Li cursed inwardly. This was a divine artifact made of Uru metal self-destructing. The blast was powerful enough to flatten everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Upgrade could only control hardware, not runaway magical energy. If he remained merged, he'd be blown to atoms along with it. Eject. Zhong Li roared. The black liquid metal instantly peeled away from the destroyer. He was forcibly ejected from the merged state, reverting to human form midair. The destroyer had now become a blinding sphere of light, its shell melting. Terrifying energy fluctuations warped the surrounding space. Run! Run! Tony, wearing his battered portable armor, looked pale at the skyrocketing readings on his scanner. The yield is equivalent to a tactical nuke. We can't outrun it. Then push it back in. Zhong Li landed, his feet cratering the ground. His eyes turned sharper than ever before. His regular forms couldn't withstand an explosion of this magnitude. 4 arms had the strength but couldn't block radiation and extreme heat. Diamond Head had high defense but couldn't suppress the shockwave. Then, system. Use the gene fusion function. Zhong Li's finger swiped frantically across the dial, overlapping 2 of his most familiar icons. This was the single life-saving trump card he'd obtained from the Chapter 10 mission reward. Command confirmed. Fusing. Tetraman, strength plus Petrosapient defense. Fusion countdown. 0 seconds. It's hero time. A brilliant light, a mix of red and crystalline green, shot into the sky. When the light faded, a never-before-seen, brand-new form stood at the center of the battlefield. He was nearly 4 meters tall, even larger than a standard 4 arms. His originally red muscular skin was covered by a thick layer of sparkling, translucent red diamond armor. Massive crystal spikes grew from his back, and 4 incredibly thick crystal arms emitted an intimidating red glow. Fusion Hero Diamond Arms. Roar. Diamond arms let out a roar like clashing metal and stone. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged with heavy steps directly toward the about-to-explode destroyer. Yet, back inside, Zhong Li's 4 crystal arms spread wide, like a massive hydraulic clamp, and clamped down hard on the destroyer's scorching body. SSSSSSZZZZ. Terrifying high temperatures instantly erupted. The destroyer's surface temperature now exceeded that of a star's surface. But the red diamond armor on Zhong Li's body only grew more dazzling under the heat, stubbornly withstanding the scorching assault. Containment. Zhong Li roared, the Petrosapient genes within him operating at full throttle. Massive amounts of red crystal grew wildly from his 4 arms, spreading across the destroyer's body. In the blink of an eye, they constructed a red crystal coffin several meters thick, wrapping the destroyer in layer upon layer. Boom. The destroyer self-destructed inside the crystal coffin. The terrifying shockwave rammed left and right within the confined space. The coffin's surface instantly cracked, blinding light shooting through the fissures. Crack. Crack. Zhong Li gritted his teeth, his 4 arms locked tightly around the coffin. The ground beneath his feet shattered inch by inch, his legs sinking 2 meters deep. It's a bit hard to hold. Though Diamond Arm's defense was monstrous, this was, after all, an explosion of Odin's divine power. The crystal coffin was about to shatter. Once it blew, the released energy would still destroy this place. In the ruins not far away, Thor, stripped of his divine power, watched the alien figure protecting everyone, fighting the divine explosion alone. His soul was profoundly shaken. No, this isn't his fight. Thor clenched his fists, remembering his father's words, "Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy." What made one worthy? Not power, not the throne, but sacrifice. Go. Now. Thor shouted toward Jane Foster and the agents not far away. Get away from here. Then, this mortal who had lost his divine power, without a moment's hesitation, turned and charged toward the crystal coffin that could explode at any second. Jong. I'm coming to help. Thor charged into the energy storm, trying to use his mortal flesh and blood to help block the leaking divine power. Even if he died, he would die like an Asgardian warrior. The moment he charged into the storm. In the nearby meteor crater, the previously dull and dim Mjolnir suddenly began to vibrate violently. It had sensed it. That noble soul willing to sacrifice itself for others. Whoosh! Mjolnir transformed into a streak of light, automatically flying into Thor's hand. Thunder exploded across the sky. The muddy water evaporated by divine power. His ragged T-shirt transformed into silver scale armor amidst a golden light. A red cape flapped loudly in the storm. The thunder god Thor returned. For Asgard. For Earth. Thor swung Mjolnir, transforming into a whirlwind of lightning, and rushed to Zhongli's side. He didn't attack. Instead, he pressed his hammer hard against the crystal coffin Zhongli had created. Divert the flow. Thor bellowed. The hammer of the thunder god seemed to become a super lightning rod. The destructive energy about to burst the crystal coffin, guided by Mjolnir, transformed into streams of golden torrents. They flowed up the hammer and shot into the sky. Boom rumble. A pillar of energy bright enough to illuminate the entire western hemisphere shot into the heavens, instantly dispersing all clouds within a 100-mile radius. 10 seconds later, the light dissipated. The world returned to silence. The original base had become a giant crater dozens of meters deep. And at the bottom of the crater, the thunder god Thor, clad in silver armor with a red cape, was panting heavily, his hammer still smoking. And opposite him, Zhongli, having diffused and returned to human form, was lying unceremoniously on the scorching, glassified ground, soaked in sweat. He gave Thor the middle finger. Next time, could you show up a bit earlier for this kind of manual labor? Thor was stunned for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter. He walked over and extended a hand to Zhongli. My apologies, my friend. The hammer needed a bit of time to recharge. But I must say, that diamond form of yours is incredibly tough. Zhongli grasped the godly hand, used it to pull himself up, and dusted himself off. Alright, enough with the sentimentality. Zhongli pointed to the sky, at the now closed Bifrost vortex. Your brother must be furious. I guess this show is over. At that moment, Tony Stark in the distance finally crawled out of a sand pile. He looked at the two men standing together, an alien hacker and a Norse god. Jarvis. Tony's voice was somewhat hoarse. Archive the data on that red crystal four-armed monster. Codename Godslayer. Also, order them the best barbecue delivery, on me. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
American comic. Starting with a watch, transforming into a hacker. Part 2. In Old Bridge Town, New Mexico, at a rundown barbecue joint. Even though half the town had been reduced to rubble by the destroyer, this out-of-the-way barbecue joint had miraculously survived. At that moment, 3 men whose styles clashed completely were sitting at the most conspicuous table in the place. A billionaire in an expensive custom-made suit, covered in dust. A blonde, muscular man in silver armor and a red cape. And a black-haired teenager in casual sweatshirt, shoving barbecue into his mouth. Another plate. The food in the mortal realm may be coarse, but this spice called cumin has won my heart. Thor slammed his empty plate onto the table with gusto, grabbed a large mug of beer, and downed it in one gulp. While there was mirth in his eyes, there was even more of the grim resolve of a man about to march off to war. Eat up, big guy, Tony Stark said, glancing at the pile of plates on the floor. Fill up so you can go back and kick your brother's ass. Loki. At the mention of that name, Thor's hand tightened around his mug, knuckles turning white. He is blinded by hatred. I must return to Asgard immediately, to stop him before he destroys Jotunheim. Consider this drink a farewell toast for me, Thor said, looking at Zhongli and Tony. Tony, you are true warriors. If I survive and quell this rebellion, I will return with Asgard's finest mead to find you. Don't jinx it, Zhongli mumbled through a mouthful of roasted lamb leg. Just hurry back. Your dad's still waiting for you to wake him up. The three men exchanged a smile and clinked their glasses. This was what they called bonding through combat. A life and death battle was the fastest way for men to forge a friendship. Just then, a low rumble of engines broke the atmosphere. Several black Chevrolet Suburbans pulled up outside the restaurant. The doors opened, and a bald black man in a black leather trench coat and an eye patch walked in, wearing the expression of someone the whole world owed money to. Shield. Director, Nick Fury. Behind him followed a helpless-looking Coulson and an expressionless Black Widow. The air in the barbecue joint instantly froze. Looks like the party's heating up in here. Fury walked over to the table, his single eye sweeping over the group before finally settling on Zhongli. Mind if we join you? Yes, Tony said without looking up. This place is reserved by Stark Industries. If you want to eat, get in line. Ignoring Tony's barb, Fury pulled out a chair and sat down, slapping a thick file folder onto the greasy table. Thump. The folder was stamped with SHIELD's Eagle insignia and a line of bold, eye-catching text, Avengers Initiative Draft. I'd like to get in line, but Earth won't allow it. Fury pointed out the window at the ruins. Before, we thought Earth was the only life in the universe. But today, a god from myth smashed a town with his hammer, and an alien suit of armor nearly leveled New Mexico. Gentlemen, the world has changed. Fury looked at Thor, then at Zhongli. We need to respond to that change. We need a team. A team of extraordinary individuals, to fight the battles we can't win. Thor stood up, grabbed Mjolnir, his cape billowing. I am a prince of Asgard. I have a duty to protect the Nine Realms. If Earth is in peril, I will return. But I will not take orders from a mortal organization. With that, Thor nodded to Zhongli and Tony and strode out the door. A few seconds later, a rainbow-colored beam of light shot into the sky, taking the god of thunder with it. Fury's eye twitched slightly, but he said nothing. Beings like Thor were inherently uncontrollable factors. His targets were the two remaining. So, what about you two? Fury looked at Zhongli. Consultant Zhong, or should I say, codename, Omni. You possess the power to destroy the world, and the potential to save it. Shield can offer you. Offer what? Zhongli interrupted him, picking up a napkin to wipe his mouth. A special cell to lock me up in. Or to use me as your agent tool. We offer oversight and direction, Fury said seriously. Power needs restraint. Give me a break, Nick. Zhongli leaned back in his chair, a playful glint in his eyes. You can't even clean out the parasites under your own command, and you want to restrain me. At these words, Black Widow, standing behind Fury, tensed. Fury's pupils contracted sharply. Parasites. Did this kid know about Hydra? Don't be so tense. Zhongli waved a hand dismissively. What I mean is, I'm busy. I have a salary to collect from Stark Industries, new games to play. Joining your little boy band. Not interested. Unless. Zhongli's tone shifted. He leaned forward, staring straight into Fury's single eye. Unless, I get to be the captain. Fury was taken aback for a moment, then let out an incredulous laugh. You, a 16-year-old kid, want to command a super team. Why not? Zhongli pointed at Tony beside him. I've got the best brain for support. Then he pointed at himself. And I've got the strongest fist. Plus, I know a lot of secrets you don't. Zhang Li lowered his voice to a level only Fury could hear. For example, Nick, don't be in such a hurry to recruit me as captain. If I were you, I'd send someone to dig a few more shovels into the ice at the North Pole right now. Fury's expression instantly froze. The North Pole. The search team had just sent a report yesterday saying they'd detected possible metal readings from an aircraft under the ice. That was top secret. You'll dig up someone much more suited to be captain, Zhang Li said with a smile. An old popsicle with a shield. Boom. The impact of those words on Fury was greater than the destroyer's self-destruct explosion earlier. Captain America. Steve Rogers. The symbol shield had been searching for 70 years. Did this kid know about that too? Who was he, really? A time traveler? Or an omniscient, omnipotent god? Fury stared intently at Zhang Li, as if trying to see through the boy's very soul. A long moment passed. Fury took a deep breath, picked up the file folder from the table, and stood up. It seems we need to reassess your file, Consultant Zhang. Fury straightened his trench coat, regaining the cool composure of a spymaster. We'll discuss the captain issue another time. But the door to the Avengers is always open for you. Let's go. Fury left with his agents, his retreating figure seeming somewhat hurried. Clearly, he needed to verify the intel about the North Pole immediately. Old popsicle. After the SHIELD personnel had left, Tony leaned over curiously. What's that? Some new kind of ice cream? No. Zhang Li looked out the window at the gradually clearing sky, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. That's this world's greatest antique. Once he wakes up, the Avengers will truly be complete. But before that, Zhang Li looked at Tony. Boss, since the mission's done, can I apply for paid leave? I hear the hot springs in New Mexico are nice. Tony rolled his eyes, but then smiled. Granted. I need to go back and repair my armor too. I think that, anti-Zhang Li armor, project needs to be moved up the schedule. Suit yourself. Zhang Li shrugged. No matter what armor you build, it'll just end up being upgrades new skin anyway. 3 days later, in New York. Zhang Li lay in the luxurious penthouse apartment atop Stark Tower, looking at his system panel. Although the Thor storyline was over, the Omnitrix's energy gauge showed that due to the massive absorption of Odin's divine power by the feedback earlier, the system was undergoing a deep upgrade. System alert. Detecting residual high-dimensional energy. Attempting to unlock new gene bank partition, Andromeda Galaxy. Unlock progress. 100%. Congratulations, host, on obtaining new forms. Water hazard, Terraspin, NRG, Armadillo, Amphibian. The Andromeda 5. Zhang Li's eyes lit up. This was the powerful character set from Ben 10, Ultimate Alien. Especially NRG, that radioactive alien in the nuclear containment suit, was basically a walking nuclear reactor. In this Marvel universe with its advanced nuclear technology, that was practically a divine skill. Looks like life in the Marvel universe is getting more and more promising. New York, a secret SHIELD recovery center. This place was disguised as a 1940s hospital ward. An old-fashioned radio was playing a baseball game that had ended long ago. The Dodgers versus the Phillies, the score is 4-4. On the hospital bed, a burly, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man slowly opened his eyes. Steve Rogers, Captain America. He had slept under the ice for a full 70 years and had finally woken up now. He sat up, looking at the familiar yet eerily strange environment around him. As a super soldier, his instincts immediately set off alarm bells. Something was wrong. The smell of the air was wrong. It was the cold scent of an air conditioner, not the natural breeze of the 40s. The game on the radio was also wrong. That was a game from May 1941, he had been there in person. Good morning, Captain Rogers. A woman wearing a vintage nurse's uniform walked in, a professional smile on her face. This game is a recording. Steve stared at her, his gaze instantly becoming as sharp as a knife. I was at the scene. Tell me, where am I? The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The disguise had been seen through. The agent tried to press the alarm on her waist, but Steve's movements were much faster than hers. Two agents lying in wait rushed in, only to be instantly taken down by his grappling techniques, crashing through the fake wall. Rushing out of the studio, outside was a modern corridor, flickering LED lights, and agents wearing bulletproof vests. Everything was telling him, the world had changed. Stop him. Don't shoot. Nick Fury's anxious voice came over the intercom. But who could stop a Captain America determined to escape? He was like a lion charging out of a cage, using his physical body to shatter the sturdy glass doors, rushing onto the bustling streets of New York. Meanwhile, in the command vehicle outside the building, Nick Fury watched that unstoppable figure on the surveillance screen, rubbing his throbbing temples. We blew the performance. His physical condition hasn't declined, instead, it's even stronger. Ordinary agents can't keep up at all. Do you need my help, Director? Jong Lee, sitting in the passenger seat, was holding a cup of milk tea with double pearls, looking completely relaxed. Stark Industries consultant fees are charged by the hour, but I can give you a 20% discount. Go stop him. Fury sighed. But don't hurt him. He is a symbol of that era, and also, an asset of all humanity. Rest assured, I'm best at respecting the elderly and loving the young. The corner of Jong Lee's mouth curled up slightly as he pushed open the car door and stepped out. By now, Steve had already rushed onto the main street. What met his eyes was a forest of steel he had never seen before. Towering skyscrapers, massive LED billboards, and streets filled with heavy traffic. Is this the future? Or, an illusion created by Hydra? Steve didn't have time to think. He sprinted through the crowded traffic at an astonishing speed. The super serum allowed him to easily reach speeds of 60 kilometers per hour, making the cars around him seem slow. On his left flank him, several Black Shield SUVs tried to intercept him, but Steve made a nimble leap, jumping directly over them by stepping on their roofs. Too slow. Steve thought to himself. In this world, no one should be able to run faster than him. However, just when he thought he had shaken off his pursuers. Whoosh! A blue and black afterimage suddenly flashed past him. The resulting gale even ruffled his blonde hair, nearly making him lose his balance. Steve was stunned. What was that? Before he could react, that afterimage doubled back. This time, Steve saw it clearly. It was a blue and black alien with a streamlined, conical helmet and black high-speed rollers for feet. Right now, this alien was sliding backward, at a speed that still matched the captain's full sprint, and he even had the leisure to use his pincer-like hands to hold that cup of milk tea extremely steadily. Kinisalaran, XLR8. Hey, veteran. Jong Lee's XLR8 voice, carrying an electronic vibrato, rang out in the wind, sounding very punchable. Running so fast. Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Or just desperate for a bathroom? Steve's pupils shook. He was already running at full speed. And this monster was actually running backward while chatting with him. Not even a single drop of the drink in his hand had spilled. Move, you Hydra monster. Steve swung a fierce punch, attempting to repel this unknown creature. Too slow. The rollers under Jong Lee's feet turned slightly. Whoosh. His entire being instantly vanished from the spot, appearing on Steve's left side. On your left. Steve turned again for an elbow strike. Whoosh. Jong Lee appeared on his right side. On your right. In front of you. Behind you. In just one short second, Jong Lee shifted through over a dozen positions around Steve, leaving countless afterimages. Steve felt as if he were fighting a ghost, unable to even touch the opponent's shadow. Enough. Steve abruptly stopped his pace, taking a defensive stance. But he realized that he had been unknowingly forced by Jong Lee into the center of Times Square. On the massive electronic screens all around, Coca-Cola advertisements and Stark Industries news were playing. Countless modern people dressed in strange clothes were taking photos of him with glowing squares, cell phones. This immense sense of temporal displacement made Steve feel an unprecedented confusion and loneliness. Where, exactly is this? Steve panted heavily, looking warily at the alien in front of him who was closing his visor. This is New York, Times Square. Welcome to 2012. A flash of black light passed. Zhongli deactivated his transformation, returning to his form as a black-haired youth in casual clothes, taking a sip of the pearl milk tea in his hand. Tastes good, want a sip? This is called pearl milk tea, you couldn't get this in the 40s. At this moment, over a dozen shield vehicles finally arrived, surrounding the scene. Nick Fury stepped out of a car, his iconic black leather trench coat swaying in the wind. Soldier. Fury looked at Steve. Attention. Steve subconsciously straightened his back, but then he reacted, looking at Fury and Zhongli with a complex expression. How long have I been asleep? Fury remained silent for 2 seconds. Nearly 70 years. 70 years. Steve looked at the bustling world around him, an indescribable sadness flashing in his eyes. This meant that everything he was familiar with had disappeared. Carter, Bucky, the Howling Commandos, all gone. Then I missed a date, Steve murmured softly to himself, like a child abandoned by the world. Actually, you didn't miss too much. Zhongli stepped forward. He didn't raise a gun like the agents, but instead patted the captain's broad shoulder like a friend. Although you missed the moon landing, the internet, and this delicious cup of milk tea, the good news is that the world is still a mess, and there are still plenty of bad guys waiting for you to punch them. Zhongli pointed at the Omnitrix on his wrist. And being a hero now is much more exciting than before. Look, even an alien like me can be a consultant. Alien. Steve looked at this young Asian youth, remembering that blue and black figure whose speed had made him feel despair. Are you a new type of weapon for S.H.I.E.L.D.? No. Zhongli reached out his hand, revealing a bright smile. I am the chief consultant for Stark Industries. You can call me Zhongli. Hearing the word, Stark, Steve's originally wary eyes flickered for a moment. Stark. Are you a relative of Howard's? No, I'm Howard's son's babysitter. Zhongli shrugged. Let's go, Captain. There's someone you should meet. His name is Tony Stark. Although his personality is even more cocky than Howard's, he has the best aged liquor over there that will definitely let you get good and drunk. Steve looked at Zhongli's extended hand, hesitating for a moment. Ultimately, this veteran from World War II shook the hand of this youth from the future. Meanwhile, in the depths of the distant universe, the leader of the Chitauri was reporting to that purple Titan overlord. Earth is ready, the Space Stone Tesseract has been activated. Thanos sat on his floating throne, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Mojave Desert, S.H.I.E.L.D. Project Pegasus, Base. Piercing alarms echoed deep dozens of meters underground. Countless agents ran through the corridors as an emergency evacuation was underway. Officer, the Tesseract's behavior is completely uncontrollable. Behind the explosion-proof glass of the underground lab, Dr. Eric Selvig stared at the screen, sweating profusely. It's emitting an ever-increasing low-frequency gamma radiation. It's actively trying to open a door. Who's on the other side? Nick Fury strode into the lab, his black leather trench coat bringing a gust of cold wind. Behind him followed Zhongli, who looked like he hadn't fully woken up yet. He was still holding a half-eaten sandwich, clearly an outside consultant, forced over by Fury from the party at Stark Tower. It doesn't matter who's on the other side, Nick. Zhongli swallowed the bacon in his mouth and looked at the humming cube emitting a faint blue light. What matters is that the person on the other side doesn't want to knock, he plans to blow the wall right open. No sooner had he spoken. BRRR. The Tesseract suddenly erupted with a blinding blue light, and the previously stable energy beam instantly went haywire. Space began to warp, and a pitch-black wormhole tore open in the center of the equipment, emitting a screeching sound that shattered all the glass instruments nearby. The light faded. A figure wearing green Asgardian robes, holding a Mind Stone scepter, and having greasy long hair knelt on the platform with a wicked smile on his face. The god of mischief, Loki. Sir, please put down your spear. Fury's hand quietly moved toward the gun at his waist, though he knew it was likely useless. Loki slowly stood up and glanced at the tense agents around him, his gaze contemptuous as if looking at a group of ants. I am Loki, of Asgard. I am burdened with a glorious purpose. PFF'd. An untimely laugh interrupted Loki's speech. Loki snapped his head around, his cold eyes locking onto Zhongli standing behind Fury. In that instant, Loki's pupils contracted sharply. That aura, the aura of the one who had once controlled the destroyer and flipped him the bird. It's you. Loki's originally elegant fake smile vanished instantly, replaced by teeth-gritting rage, and even the hand holding the Mind Stone was trembling. That Earth rat who stole my armor. Hey, reindeer baby. Zhongli wiped the breadcrumbs from the corner of his mouth and pointed at the two exaggerated long curved horns on Loki's helmet. Your new look is quite unique. Are you planning to go out for Christmas? I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Loki was completely enraged. New and old grudges surged in his heart as he abruptly raised the Mind Stone scepter, the gem at its tip glowing brilliantly. ZZT. A deep blue energy beam, with enough power to pierce the armor of a main battle tank, shot straight at Zhongli's face. Watch out! Fury shouted. But Zhongli didn't retreat, he moved forward. Playing with energy attacks. Then you've walked right into the line of fire. Zhongli's left hand slammed down on the Omnitrix on his chest, turning it to a brand new icon emitting a dangerous radiation warning. It's hero time. A heavy dark red light flashed, accompanied by the frantic ZZT of a Geiger counter redlining. Clang. Loki's beam didn't pierce Zhongli but instead hit a heavy metal object, producing a crisp clanging sound. The smoke cleared. A clunky, dark red metal man resembling an old-fashioned boiler appeared before everyone. He wore heavy nuclear protection armor, and through the three grills on his helmet, a glowing red radiation light shone through. Pripyatosian B, NRG, energy form. NRG let out a deep, muffled sound with a heavy Russian accent, looking down at the slightly glowing red armor plate on his chest. This little energy. It's not even enough to heat up my breakfast. What? Loki was stunned. Before he could react, NRG took heavy strides, each step leaving a molten footprint on the ground. Since you like playing with fire so much, I'll treat you to a sauna. The grills on NRG's helmet suddenly lit up. Thermal beam. A crimson high-energy radiation beam blasted from his eyes. This wasn't ordinary fire, but pure nuclear fusion energy. Loki's expression changed drastically. As an Asgardian, he instinctively felt the terror of this energy. He hurriedly raised the Mind Stone scepter to block. Boom. A massive explosion sent Loki flying, smashing him hard against the lab wall. The specialized explosion-proof wall instantly melted into a large hole, and the surrounding metal instruments began to soften like candles. Warning. High-energy radiation leak detected. The base's AI issued a sharp alarm. Fury and the agents had to retreat. They felt a burning sensation on their skin even from several meters away. How does this mortal have so many tricks? Loki scrambled up in a mess, a large portion of his robes charred. He realized that in this cramped space, he couldn't gain an advantage by fighting this nuclear boiler head-on. He was the god of mischief, not a berserker. Loki's eyes darted around and landed on Hawkeye, Clint Barton, hiding behind cover. Work for me. Loki's figure instantly turned into an afterimage, dodging NRG's heavy attack, and the Mind Stone scepter tapped Hawkeye's chest. Black pupils instantly dilated. Hawkeye fired an arrow back, not at Zhongli, but at Fury. Director. Zhongli wanted to help, but his current NRG form was too heavy and slow. Meanwhile, the controlled Dr. Selvig had already packed the Tesseract into a briefcase. Energy overload. The doctor shouted. The gate is collapsing. The whole base will be sucked in. At that moment, the entire underground base began to vibrate violently, the rock layer overhead began to collapse, and countless boulders fell. The residual energy of the Tesseract went haywire, forming a blue hole that devoured everything. Take the Tesseract and go. Loki ordered Hawkeye, while he himself jumped onto a jeep, not forgetting to look back and give Zhongli a mocking smile. Trying to run. Zhongli was about to give chase, but a several-ton concrete slab was whistling through the air, crashing down toward the injured and fallen Fury and Agent Hill. Chase Loki, and Fury would die. Save Fury, and Loki would escape. Tisk! What a pain. Zhongli was forced to give up the pursuit. He instantly slammed the badge on his chest again. Switch. ZZT. Clack clack. A red light flashed. The heavy nuclear man disappeared. In his place was a burly alien covered in yellow armor with huge mechanical drills for hands. Telosian, armadillo. Break, for me. Armadillo's hydraulic pistons on his arms vibrated frantically, emitting a tooth-gritting hum. He didn't try to catch the giant rock but instead slammed both fists forward. Shockwave. Boom. High-frequency vibrations were instantly transmitted to the falling concrete slab. The several-ton boulder, at the moment of contact with the drills, was directly shattered into a spray of dust and stone fragments. Fury and Hill only felt like they were in a sandstorm, but they suffered no actual harm. Fury. Go. This place is going to blow. Using Armadillo's vibration ability, Zhongli shook away all the falling rocks blocking the way, forcibly carving out a path to survival. Fury scrambled onto the helicopter and looked back at the yellow figure supporting itself alone in the collapsing ruins. Zhong. Get out of there. Don't worry about me. I can dig a hole out faster than you guys can fly. Armadillo's arm drills spun fiercely as he dove headfirst into the ground. Digging mode. Just a second before the entire dark energy base was completely swallowed by blue light and turned to ash, Zhongli dove deep into the earth like a mole, avoiding the center of the explosion. 10 minutes later. On the other side of the desert. A small mound of earth suddenly bulged up. Puff. Zhongli crawled out covered in dirt and spat out a mouthful of sand. Pa, this is exactly why I don't like the desert. He looked at the massive sinkhole in the distance and the helicopter disappearing into the night, his gaze gradually turning cold. At that moment, Fury's extremely suppressed roar came through the communicator. The king of spies was clearly thoroughly enraged. This is a declaration of war. Assemble them. Now. Zhongli brushed the dirt off himself and looked at the cold moon in the sky. Is it finally starting? The Battle of New York. He touched the watch on his wrist. Perfect. I still have several alien friends who haven't come out for some fresh air yet. Over the Atlantic Ocean, above the clouds. A massive, breathtaking iron beast was slowly hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters, powered by 4 enormous turbine engines. SHIELD's Mobile Command Center, the helicarrier. On the deck, a Quinjet had just landed. The hatch opened, and Steve Rogers, Captain America, and Bruce Banner, host of the Hulk, stepped down one after another. Steve looked at the busy ground crew and high-tech equipment around him. Even though he had somewhat adapted to modern society, a hint of shock still lingered in his eyes. It's a bit overwhelming, Steve remarked. You'll get used to it. Natasha was leading the way nearby when suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the sky. A gold and red iron figure roared into view, performing a fancy barrel roll in the air before landing on the deck with a heavy clang. Appearing alongside it was a bone-chilling cold. A crystal-clear ice slide suddenly condensed in the sky, winding its way down. A ghost-like alien wrapped in a blue cloak with moth-like wings was gliding elegantly down the ice slide, leaving a layer of thin frost on the deck wherever it passed. Necrophrygian, big chill. Cool. Tony opened his faceplate and glanced at the ice sculpture beside him. Next time, remember not to play with ice on my runway, it's easy to slip. Big Chill landed, his form blurring as he transformed back into Zhongli, who was dressed in casual clothes. Hey, Agent Romanov. Tony flashed his signature flamboyant smile. Looks like I'm not late either. Mr. Stark, and Consultant Zhong. Steve stepped forward and politely extended his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Captain America. Tony glanced at Steve but didn't shake his hand, his tone playful. I've heard my father drone on about you 1,000 times. For an old popsicle, you seem to have thought out quite well. Steve frowned slightly and withdrew his hand. He keenly sensed the barb in Tony's words. Doctor, you're here too. Zhongli bypassed the two and walked straight toward the middle-aged man who had been shrinking into a corner looking somewhat uneasy, Bruce Banner. Are you, the rumored, Omni? Banner adjusted his glasses and took a nervous step back. Fury said you can also transform into a giant monster. To be precise, 100 kinds of monsters. Zhongli smiled and patted Banner's shoulder, his overly familiar attitude making Banner relax slightly. Don't be nervous, Doctor. I'm very interested in your big guy. If we get the chance, we can exchange transformation tips. For example, How to not rip your pants when you transform. Banner laughed awkwardly. I don't think that's an experience worth sharing, Mr. Zhang. I just want to cure it. Cure it. Why cure it? Zhang Li leaned in closer and lowered his voice. That's power, Doctor. Even the Hulk, if guided properly, can become the best demolition crew member. 10 minutes later, in the bridge command center, all the Avengers reserve members sat around the famous glass round table. The atmosphere was far from harmonious, it could even be described as volatile. Nick Fury stood at the head of the table, looking at this room full of problem children, feeling a splitting headache. Has Loki's location been found? Tony asked, crossing his legs and even resting his feet on the table. Our facial recognition system is scanning globally, Agent Hill reported. More than finding him, I'm curious how S.H.I.E.L.D. plans to handle the Tesseract. Steve suddenly spoke up, his eyes sharp as he stared at Fury. I saw Hydra-style weapon prototypes in the warehouse. Fury, are you using the Tesseract to develop weapons of mass destruction? That's for defense. Fury argued. Like nuclear deterrence. Tony sneered. That trick is long outdated, Director. Stark, what right do you have to say that? Steve turned to look at Tony, finally unable to hold back. Your history of success is a history of war profiteering. If it weren't for that tin suit, do you think you'd be sitting here? The tension in the room instantly thickened. Steve stood up, looking down at Tony. You only fight for yourself. Take off that suit of armor, what are you? Tony was about to retort with the classic, genius, billionaire. Is this your team building? A lazy voice interrupted the two. Zhang Li sat in his chair, holding a bag of potato chips he'd swiped from Coulson, shaking his head as he ate. Captain, although I respect you, this, what are you without your gear, argument is really childish. Zhang Li stood up and walked between them. If I take off this watch, I'm just an ordinary high school student. If Tony didn't have his brain, he couldn't build the armor. If you didn't have Dr. Erskine's serum, you'd still be that little guy from Brooklyn. Steve was stunned. We're not sitting here to see who's stronger, naked. Zhang Li pointed to the Omnitrix on his wrist, then to Tony's reactor and the captain's shield. Power is external, and it is internal. Regardless of the source, technology, mutation, or alien artifacts, what matters is the heart that wields that power. Instead of attacking your teammates, weaknesses here, you should save your energy and think about how to give that fool Loki a good thrashing. Tony glanced at Zhang Li with some surprise. Well said, kid. Tony stood up and straightened his suit. Though I don't like you calling my armor just external power. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Sir. Found a matching target. Agent Hill shouted, Stuttgart, Germany. Königsplatz. Loki has appeared. On the screen, Loki, wearing his horned helmet and armor, stood before a crowd of cowering civilians, forcing them to kneel. I told you he was a show-off fool. Zhang Li tossed away the potato chips in his hand, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. Gentlemen, although we haven't gelled as a team yet, there's no time to argue now. Zhang Li pressed his left hand to his chest, a green light faintly flashing. He's my prey. He got away last time, but this time, I'm going to snap his horns off. Captain, Tony. Zhang Li looked at the two. Want to race to see who gets to Germany first. Tony's faceplate closed with a click, and his thrusters lit up with blue light. The bet is a French feast. Jarvis, full thrust. Boom. Iron Man smashed right through the window and flew out. That arrogant guy. Steve shook his head, but he grabbed his shield anyway. Natasha, let's go. Watching everyone spring into action, the corner of Zhang Li's mouth curled up. He looked out at the clouds, his finger turning the dial until it settled on an alien icon with extremely high flight speed. Aerophibian, Jetre. It's hero time. A red light burst out of the helicarrier, transforming in midair into a large red manta ray-like creature. With its wings spread and tail firing neuroshocks, it surpassed the newly launched Quinjet in an instant at supersonic speed. Stuttgart, and that little reindeer games who loves making people kneel. Hold on, the righteous gang up is here. Stuttgart, Germany. Königsplatz. The elegant string music was torn apart by the screams of the crowd. Loki, Clad in gold and green armor and holding the Mind Stone, stood atop a high platform, looking down like a shepherd at a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Kneel. Loki spread his arms as his clones and illusions surrounded the square. The pressure emanating from the Asgardian god race made the ordinary citizens tremble, forcing them to drop to their knees. Isn't this much simpler? Loki looked at the crowd kneeling all over the ground and flashed a sickly satisfied smile. This is your true nature. You crave to be enslaved. However, a white-haired old man slowly stood up, appearing particularly conspicuous in this world of kneeling people. Not to men like you. The old man looked Loki straight in the eye, showing no fear. There are no men like me, Loki said with a contemptuous smile. There are always men like you, the old man said, gesturing around. History books are full of them. HMPH. Loki lost his patience, and the scepter in his hand lit up with a lethal blue light. Then I shall make an example of you. ZZZZT. An energy beam shot out, aimed straight for the old man's heart. Clang! A circular shield painted in the colors of the stars and stripes descended from the sky, precisely blocking the beam's path and reflecting the energy directly back at Loki, knocking him back 2 steps. Steve Rogers caught the returning shield and stood before the old man, his deep blue uniform appearing exceptionally tall and straight in the night. You know, the last time I was in Germany, there was another man who liked to make people kneel. Steve looked at Loki, his gaze like fire. It didn't end well for him. Oh, the outmoded soldier. Loki steadied himself, showing little panic. Instead, he wore a playful smirk. The antique with a shield. You think you can stop a god? Then how about adding me, the modern weapon? A sharp, rapid voice with an electronic vibrato suddenly came from high above. Loki instinctively looked up, his expression instantly turning sour. It was that loathsome aura again. Swoosh. A red blur cut through the night sky at several times the speed of sound, triggering a piercing sonic boom. It was a massive, red manta ray-like creature. Its wingspan was a full 5 meters wide, and its yellow eyes shone in the darkness like 2 searchlights. Amphibian, Jetre. Take this, baby reindeer. Zhong Li hovered in midair, his eyes and tail simultaneously lighting up with an eerie green glow. This wasn't a physical laser, but a special attack targeting the biological nervous system. Neuroshock. ZZZZT. Boom. 3 green beams of light, like surgical scalpels, slammed precisely into Loki's chest plate. Ah! Loki let out a pained groan. His Asgardian god body was enough to withstand bullets, but this current that struck his nerves directly paralyzed his entire body instantly, causing his muscles to twitch violently and uncontrollably. Bang! Loki slammed straight into the museum steps behind him like a puppet with its strings cut. Nice work, Zhong. Steve couldn't help but praise. Zhong Li circled once in the air before elegantly hovering above Captain America. Captain, you're too slow. I've been waiting here for 30 seconds, I even had time to buy an authentic German sausage nearby. Just then, deafening rock music suddenly echoed from the sky. The stirring melody of Shoot to Thrill rang through the square. Boom! The gold and red Iron Man descended from the sky with blue thruster plumes, all weapon systems instantly locking onto Loki, who had just crawled up and was still twitching slightly. It's not over yet, I'm here too. Tony's voice came through the speakers. Let's call this round a draw, how about it? Shall we split the bill for that French dinner? Keep dreaming, Tony. Zhong Li Jetre did a flip in the air. My GPS records show I arrived exactly 42 seconds before you. By now, Loki had recovered his strength. He glanced at Iron Man and the red manta ray in the air, then at Captain America on the ground. Surrounded by 3 Avengers. The armor on Loki's body quickly faded away as he raised his hands, a faint, imperceptible smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Fine, Loki said. I surrender. That easy. Steve found it a bit hard to believe. Easy or not. Tony landed, his palm repulsor still aimed at Loki. This guy is ours. Besides, that outfit really makes him look like the lead singer of some rock band. Zhong Li watched the scene from the air. He knew Loki was being caught on purpose. Terrible acting, Zhong Li complained internally. But for the sake of the plot, I'll play along with you. Half an hour later, a shield Quinjet was weaving through heavy thunderclouds. Inside the cabin, Loki was handcuffed to his seat, but he didn't look like a prisoner at all. Instead, he listened to the thunder outside with great interest. I don't like this guy, Steve said, looking at Loki. He surrendered too easily. That's not the Asgardian way. I agree, Tony said, nodding even as he continued to look at his data pad. For a rock star, he shouldn't exit the stage this early. Rumble. The thunder outside grew louder, and lightning flared almost right next to the wings. Loki, who had been silent, finally changed his expression upon hearing the thunder. It was a look mixed with fear, loathing, and a guilty conscience. What's wrong? Steve noticed the change. Scared of lightning. Loki stared out the window, his voice a bit tense. I'm just not overly fond of the fellow who comes with the lightning. Comes with the lightning. Tony was taken aback. Before anyone could react, thud. A loud bang echoed, and the entire plane shook violently. It was as if some heavy object had slammed onto the roof. What was that? Pilot Natasha cried out. There's an unidentified object on the roof. He's tearing at the hatch. Crash. The rear hatch of the plane was violently ripped open by a large hand, as if it were a piece of scrap paper. A gale and rain instantly poured into the cabin. A tall figure stood in the wind and rain. Silver scale mail, a red cape, and in his hand he gripped the freshly charged Mjolnir. Thunder god Thor. Without even glancing at the others, he strode into the cabin, sent Tony tumbling with a single hammer blow as he tried to intervene, then grabbed Loki by the neck and hoisted him up. Come with me, Thor roared, dragging Loki as he prepared to fly out. Hey, that's our prisoner. Tony scrambled up, his faceplate snapped shut, thrusters at full power as he chased after them. That's my quarry. No one's snatching him. The two instantly disappeared into the night. Tony, don't be reckless, Steve shouted, but he could only sigh at the empty hatch. He grabbed a parachute pack and started to put it on. Captain, don't bother. Zhong Li, who had been sitting in the corner without speaking, stood up. He pressed the Omnitrix. At that height, a parachute is too slow. Besides, that's God's fighting. A mortal's parachute won't do any good. A green light flashed. Zhong Li's body changed once more. This time, his muscles expanded, red skin covered his entire body, his height shot up to 3.5 meters, and 4 thick arms emerged from beneath his ribs. 4 arms. This door is too small. Zhong Li walked to the hatch Thor had torn open, looking at the hole with distaste. Then, he reached out with 2 hands, grabbed the edges of the hatch, and violently ripped it open to both sides. Re-up. The special alloy hatch was forcibly widened by him. Hold on tight, Captain. Zhong Li's upper 2 hands grabbed the startled Steve, hoisting him directly onto his shoulder. We're going to break up the fight. And while we're at it, we'll let that Thor know that if you want to snatch someone on Earth, you have to ask Stark Industries consultant first. Boom. Zhong Li leapt, falling straight toward the ground like a red heavy bomb. Amidst the whistling wind came Steve's helpless shout. Next time, can you give me a heads up first? Deep in the Black Forest, giant cedars were snapped in half, and dirt flew everywhere. A god-level brawl that no mortal could interfere with was unfolding. Boom. A golden red figure flew backward like a cannonball, snapping 3 thick trees before finally coming to a halt. Armor damage at 15%. Sir, the hardness of the opponent's hammer far exceeds our gold titanium alloy, Jarvis's warning echoed in the helmet. Shut up, Jarvis. Reroute all power to the thrusters. Tony Stark climbed out of the ruins, his expression beneath the faceplate full of rage. That blonde powerhouse in a cape hadn't just snatched his prisoner, he'd hammered him into the dirt. For the arrogant Stark, this was a pure humiliation. Again, Tony's repulsors fired at full power as he turned into a streak of light, charging at Thor. On the other side, Thor was also genuinely incensed. He only wanted to take Loki home, but this Tin Man kept buzzing around like a fly. Mortal, you dare provoke the god of thunder. Thor roared, raising Mjolnir toward the sky. Rumble. A bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel instantly struck the hammer. Thor swung it violently, directing the wild thunder at Tony. ZZT. The lightning struck the Iron Man armor. Tony thought he was about to be cooked alive, but the readings on his screen left him stunned. Energy absorbing. 400%. Weapon systems overloaded. Huh. Tony chuckled, firing a uni beam in response. Looks like your electricity bill is overdue, big guy. Boom. Thor was blasted back by the shot, but he simply shook his head and stood up unharmed, the lightning in his eyes glowing even brighter. The two grappled once more. One was the Asgardian god of war, the other the pinnacle of Earth's technology. Fists met flesh, and sparks flew everywhere. Just as the two were preparing to unleash their ultimate moves and level the entire forest. Whoosh! A heart-stopping sound of something slicing through the air suddenly came from the night sky above. It was the sound of a heavy object falling at high speed. Move! Accompanied by a gruff roar. Boom! A red meteorite slammed violently between the two. A massive impact mixed with gravel and dust forced Iron Man and Thor, who were about to clash, back several steps. The dust cleared. A red giant, 3.5 meters tall with 4 arms, was crouching in the center of the crater. One of his hands was steadying Captain America, who hadn't quite found his footing yet. 4 arms. Thanks, Jong. Steve took a deep breath. Though the free fall had been thrilling, he quickly raised his shield and entered a combat stance. Next time you land like this, remember to give me a heads up. Zhong Li straightened up, his 4 fists cracking as he clenched them. His 4 eyes coldly swept over both sides. I said, have you two had enough? Zhong Li's voice was low like thunder. Loki is watching from the mountain. Are you performing a circus act for him? He started it. Tony pointed at Thor, sounding like a schoolboy tattling. He stole my prisoner. Thor gripped his hammer, glaring at Zhong Li with an unfriendly gaze. And you, red monster. Don't think that because you helped me last time, you can order around the Prince of Asgard. Mortals these days are becoming increasingly arrogant. Thor seemed to be caught up in the heat of battle, or perhaps he was still brooding over his hammer being drained last time. He actually swung Mjolnir, leaping high into the air and summoning lightning even thicker than before, crashing down toward Zhong Li with immense force. Zhong, look out! Steve shouted. But Zhong Li didn't dodge. He didn't even take a defensive stance. It seems the lesson from last time wasn't deep enough, Thor. Zhong Li watched the hammer enveloped in a sky full of lightning, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Against energy attacks, using 4 arms is indeed a bit of a disadvantage. However, Zhong Li's finger instantly slammed down on the emblem on his chest. I have a better choice. Switch. ZZT. A millisecond before Mjolnir was about to strike the top of Zhong Li's head. The once burly red giant instantly vanished. In its place was a pitch-black figure flickering with golden electric arcs. Thor's hammer struck a black palm that had only 3 fingers. More precisely, it struck the metal plugs at the tips of the fingers. Conductoid. Feedback. What? Thor's pupils constricted sharply. This fooled Black déjà vu. Before he could even pull back his strength, that familiar, desperate feeling returned. But this time, it wasn't a gentle absorption, it was a violent plunder. Your electricity belongs to me now. Zhong Li's single eye curved into a crescent. The 2 antennae on his head and the tail behind him suddenly lit up. Give it to me. ZZT ZZT ZZT. Boom. The violent thunder coiled around Mjolnir was like a flood that had found its outlet, surging crazily into Zhong Li's body. Even the divine power Thor had just mobilized within himself was forcibly yanked out by this domineering suction. No. This is impossible. Thor felt as if he were being flayed alive. His whole body was numb from the agony of magical backlash. He tried to pull the hammer back, but this black alien was like a black hole, sucking him in tight. In just 3 seconds, the hammer, which had been radiating immense lightning, once again turned a dull, dusty matte color. The silver armor on Thor dimmed slightly, and he fell to one knee as if completely exhausted. Burp. Zhong Li let go and let out a burp that crackled with electric sparks. With a casual wave, a golden current shot from his fingertip, accurately striking the ground by Iron Man's feet and blasting a small charred pit. Sir, detecting a high-dimensional energy signature, Jarvis's voice sounded surprised. That's a biological superconductor. His energy conversion efficiency is 10 times ours. Tony looked at the pit, his face twitching under the mask, and decisively raised both hands. Fine. Looks like my electricity bill isn't paid up yet. I'm done fighting. Zhongli turned his head to look at Thor, who was holding a piece of scrap metal, and questioning his very existence. Now, can we talk properly? Your Highness. Thor looked at Zhongli, then back at the hammer in his hand. The fear of being dominated made him calm down completely. He realized that in front of this black alien, his lightning was just a free meal. You. Thor took a deep breath and hung the hammer back on his belt, his expression complex. You win. But I'm taking Loki to face judgment. The Tesseract is safer in Asgard's hands. Not necessarily. Zhongli deactivated his transformation, returning to human form and clapping his hands. Loki is right there on the cliff, having watched us like a joke for half the time. If you really want to judge him, take him to the helicarrier. We'll help you find the Tesseract, and then you can go wherever you like. At this moment, Steve also stepped forward and picked up his shield. Thor, we need your help. Loki isn't just Asgard's problem, he's an enemy of Earth now. We need to be united. Thor looked at these three mortals, though one didn't quite count as one. Finally, he nodded. Very well. But if Loki tries to escape, I will kill him myself. 10 minutes later. The four of them escorted Loki, who wore a, just as planned, expression, onto the Quinjet bound for the helicarrier. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was somewhat strange. Tony was still mourning the paint job on his armor while secretly scanning Zhongli's watch. Thor was in a corner, secretly polishing his hammer, trying to make it glow again. Captain America stared solemnly at Loki like a guard. Meanwhile, Zhongli was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, looking at his system panel. The brief clash just now had once again charged the Omnitrix with a significant amount of energy. Moreover, the system seemed to have unlocked a new passive skill after absorbing high-purity Thor force twice in a row. Special prompt. Feedback DNA has acquired the Thunder Affinity trait. Passive effect. Immune to all lightning attribute damage and can convert it into physical stamina. Lightning immunity. Zhongli glanced at Thor in the back seat, who was still polishing his hammer, and couldn't help but want to laugh. This meant that no matter how Thor tried to shock him in the future, he would just be charging him up. It was a perfect counter to the god of thunder. Everyone. At this moment, Natasha, in the pilot's seat, spoke up. Director Fury is on the line. He wants you to be ready. The interrogation begins as soon as we arrive. Zhongli turned his head and looked out at the thick layers of clouds. Helicarrier, Bridge Laboratory. The air was filled with an irritating smell of gunpowder. This irritability wasn't just because of their disagreements, it was more like an invisible mental toxin, constantly eroding the Avengers' sanity. The scepter, embedded with the Mind Stone, lay quietly on the analysis table, emitting a faint blue light. This is your shield. Steve Rogers held a HYDRA-style energy gun he'd found in the warehouse and slammed it onto the table. This isn't a defense at all. This is a weapon of mass destruction. Fury, you're lying. I'm not lying, I'm just being cautious. Nick Fury tried to defend himself, but his voice betrayed his lack of confidence. Cautious. You call this being cautious? Tony Stark turned off the holographic screen, his face full of sarcasm. SHIELD wants to use the Tesseract to build nukes, and you're still talking to us about the noble sentiments of the Avengers. An argument erupted instantly. Tony attacked Fury, Steve attacked Tony, Thor mocked the Earthlings for being barbaric, and Natasha tried to mediate but was dragged in. Only two people remained outside the quarrel. One was Bruce Banner. His head was down, hands propped on the table, fingers trembling unconsciously, and veins bulging at his temples. The other was Zhongli. He sat on a high railing, holding a bottle of ice-cold cola, watching this group of heroes, who were supposed to save the world as if he were watching a play. Omnitrix, activate mental shielding, Zhongli thought to himself. The black and green watch heated up slightly, and an invisible biological ripple protected his brain, isolating the low-frequency interference from the Mind Stone. Everyone, I don't mean to interrupt your tea party. Zhongli spoke suddenly. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chill that instantly cut through the noisy argument. But have any of you noticed what someone's hand is doing? The arguing stopped abruptly. Everyone's gaze followed Zhongli's finger. They saw the usually mild-mannered Dr. Banner. His face flushed red, and his hand had unconsciously gripped the Mind Stone scepter. Doctor. Steve's voice was tense. Put that thing down. Banner blinked, looked down at his hand, and let go of the scepter as if he had been burned. I don't know what happened. I didn't mean to take it. It's infrasound. Zhongli jumped down from the railing and kicked the scepter away as it fell to the floor. This thing is transmitting signals like a radio station, provoking your anger. Loki is right next door laughing his head off. That's impossible. Tony instinctively countered. My sensors didn't read. Boom. A world-shaking explosion instantly interrupted all conversation. The entire helicarrier tilted violently as if struck by a giant hammer. A massive explosion's impact swept through the corridors, and flames instantly engulfed one side of the bridge. Engine 3 is out. Someone blew the turbine. Agent Hill screamed over the comms. The violent vibration caused everyone to lose their balance. Natasha and Dr. Banner happened to be standing on a weak section of the floor. With a crack, the two of them fell directly into the lower pipe maintenance area. Banner. Steve shouted. Forget him. Fix the engine first. Tony's faceplate snapped shut, and his thrusters went to full power. If this ship goes down, half of New York is finished. Steve, with me. Captain America and Iron Man rushed out. Thor picked up his hammer and looked at Zhongli. I'm going to check on Loki. Don't go, it's a trap. Zhongli tried to stop him, but Thor had already charged toward the detention area. What a group of teammates who don't listen to orders. Zhongli sighed. He sensed a heart-palpitating aura coming from beneath his feet. It was the aura of a beast awakening, in the lower maintenance area. The dim lights flickered, and the steam spraying from broken pipes made the place look like a maze. Natasha was pinned under a pile of debris, struggling to pull her leg out. She looked up at Banner, who was huddled in a corner. Dr. Bruce, are you okay? Banner was currently curled up in pain. It looked as if green worms were crawling under his skin, and his bones emitted a tooth-aching, crack, sound. Run! Run! Banner looked up, and his originally gentle brown eyes had now turned into a violent emerald green. Roar! With the crisp sound of clothes tearing, the gentle doctor disappeared. In his place was a green monster nearly 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging like rocks. The Incredible Hulk was online. With a wave of his hand, Hulk tore a heavy forklift in front of him in half like it was paper, then turned his head, his murderous eyes locking onto Natasha. Hulk. Smash. Natasha's face was pale. She was a top agent, but in the face of such pure, absolute power, any technique was a joke. She turned and ran, using the narrow pipes to try and lose Hulk. But Hulk was like an out-of-control tank, ignoring any obstacles. Boom. Boom. Steel walls were smashed through like they were made of paper, and massive pipes were torn apart by him at will. That sense of oppression was like encountering an alien in a confined space. Thud. Natasha was backed into a dead end. Hulk roared and charged over, his massive fist raised high, shadow looming over Natasha's entire body. Is this the end? Natasha closed her eyes in despair. Just then. Hey, big guy. A light whistle came from behind Hulk. Bullying a girl isn't a gentlemanly thing to do. Though you don't look like a gentleman, you look more like a giant green baby who forgot his pants. Hulk paused and spun around. At the end of the corridor stood Zhongli, flexing his wrists, without a trace of fear in his eyes. Roar. Hulk recognized him. That red guy who had thrown him in Harlem. Old and new grudges would be settled together. Hulk instantly abandoned Natasha and turned to charge at Zhongli, each step causing the floor to cave in. Come on then. Zhongli watched the Hulk charging like a locomotive, a fanatical smile curling his lips. Last time I beat you with technique, and I know you weren't convinced. Zhongli slammed the Omnitrix on his chest and dialed to that most familiar red icon. But today, I'm going to overpower you head-on with strength. System prompt. High-risk combat environment detected. Genetic enhancement trait activated, rage mode. It's hero time. Red light exploded. This transformation was more violent than any before. Zhong Li's body expanded rapidly, his red muscles looking as if they would tear through his skin. His color became deep red like blood, and a faint white steam even rose from his body. Four thick arms snapped open, and golden flames burned in his four eyes, trailing long tails of light. Four arms, rage form. Roar. Zhong Li let out a roar that rivaled Hulk's. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, his 4 feet kicking off the ground and leaving a crater in the alloy floor. He was like a red heavy artillery shell, charging straight at Hulk. Two massive figures collided violently in the narrow corridor. Boom. The entire helicarrier shuddered violently. It was like two high-speed trains colliding head-on. The shockwave instantly shattered all nearby glass and pipes. White steam gushed out, obscuring their vision. In the dust, Hulk gripped Zhong Li's upper two hands, and they were locked in a frenzied struggle of strength. But Zhong Li had two more hands. Surprised. I have 4 hands. Zhong Li's lower two hands tightly gripped Hulk's waist and exerted sudden force. Tetraman style. Power slam. Up you go. Zhong Li's upper hands pushed aside Hulk's defense, while his lower hands lifted Hulk completely off the ground and slammed him hard into the load-bearing wall to the side. Crash. The titanium alloy wall, dozens of centimeters thick, was instantly smashed through. Hulk tumbled like a ball into the adjacent hangar. Phew. Zhong Li shook his slightly numb wrists, looked at the large hole he'd made, and grinned at the shaken Natasha. Ma'am, you can leave now. The following scenes might not be suitable for children. With that, he walked with heavy steps toward the hangar. Helicarrier, hangar. This place once housed the Shield Quinjet fleet they were so proud of, but now, it looked more like a scrap yard after a meteor shower. Boom. The wreckage of a fighter jet worth tens of millions of US dollars was tossed over by the Hulk like a crumpled piece of paper. Zhong Li, 4 arms, didn't dodge. His upper two hands crossed to protect his head, while his lower two hands caught the jet's landing gear. His feet carved 2 lines of sparks into the floor, forcefully halting his backward momentum. This is such a waste of money. Zhong Li quipped, tossing the wreckage aside before charging at the Hulk like a sumo wrestler. Bang! 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 The red and green giants clashed wildly amidst the ruins. Although 4 arms in berserk mode could barely hold his own in terms of strength, Zhong Li discovered a serious problem. This guy, the Hulk, got more excited and grew larger the more he fought. The Hulk, originally around 2.5 meters tall, had now expanded to nearly 3 meters. His skin was a dark, bruised green, and every punch sent visible ripples through the air. Is this the infinite rage cheat code? Zhong Li felt his hands go numb. Just as the Hulk lifted a massive steel plate, ready to crush Zhong Li. Get away from my friend, beast. A roar echoed alongside the sound of thunder. Thunder god Thor finally arrived. Swinging Mjolnir like an electrified cannonball, he slammed hard into the Hulk's lower back. Thud. The Hulk stumbled a step, turning his head to glare at Thor with bloodshot eyes. Roar. Gold Man. The Hulk clearly hated this lightning-wielding guy even more. He abandoned Zhong Li and swung a fist at Thor. Thor raised his hammer to block. Clang. The immense force sent Thor skidding back over 10 meters, but he stood firm, his eyes burning with battle intent. A mortal body can actually harbor such monstrous strength. Thor shook his numbing hand. It's been a long time since I've found such a durable punching bag. Stop playing around, Thor. Zhong Li used his 4 hands to brace a crumbling support pillar and shouted, "This ship is falling apart. If you use any more lightning, we'll really be feeding the fish in the Atlantic Ocean." By now, the entire hangar was riddled with holes, and the gale outside howled as it poured in. If they continued brawling at this level, they wouldn't even need Hawkeye to blow the engines, the 3 of them would tear the ship apart themselves. Then what do you suggest? Thor tried to grab the Hulk, but the Hulk nimbly shook him off. Since brute force won't hold him down, then let's use the laws of physics. Zhong Li stared at the rampaging Hulk, his gaze narrowing. It was time for a change of tactics. He slammed down on the Omnitrix on his chest, turned the dial, and locked onto the heavy icon possessing planetary-level gravity. Omnitrix, give me a big guy. It's hero time. A steady, heavy dark red light flashed. Forearm's muscular physique vanished. In its place was a massive, rock-like creature resembling a small planet. His body was made of reddish-brown rock, with a core that was a molten sphere emitting gravitational waves. His limbs were thick, and the top of his head looked like a small volcanic crater. Galilean, Gravitac. Hulk. Zhong Li's heavy voice seemed to carry an echo. You might be strong, but I wonder if you've ever studied Newton's laws. The Hulk, who was about to deliver a final blow to Thor, paused and turned to look at this rock-like monster. Hulk hates rocks. The Hulk roared and charged at Zhong Li, his massive fist swinging with world-shattering force. Then let's cool you down. Zhong Li slowly raised his massive rocky palm, the gravity core in his palm suddenly lighting up. Gravity. Reverse. Vroom. A strange force field instantly enveloped the Hulk. The Hulk, who had been charging aggressively, suddenly felt the ground give way beneath his feet. That several-ton green body was like a helium balloon. He instantly lost his grip on the ground and floated up uncontrollably. Roar. The Hulk flailed in the air, desperately trying to grab onto something, but in zero gravity, his infinite strength had nowhere to be applied. This was the terror of Gravitac. As long as you weren't on the ground, no matter how strong you were, it was useless. I'm not done yet. Zhong Li aimed his other hand at the countless pieces of fighter jet wreckage and concrete blocks floating around. Gravitational capture. Whoosh. Tons of rubble and debris seemed to be drawn by a black hole, starting to orbit the suspended Hulk-like planetary rings. A second later, the debris suddenly collapsed toward the center. Planetary devastation. Boom. 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 Countless pieces of reinforced concrete slammed into the Hulk, wrapping around him in layers in the blink of an eye, turning him into a giant man-made meteor over 5 meters in diameter. Roar. Furious roars came from inside the sphere, but no matter how he struggled, the gravity field held every rock firmly in place. Get down. Zhong Li swung his hands down sharply, instantly cranking the gravity up to 20 times. The massive sphere didn't crash into the floor, which would have smashed through the helicarrier. Instead, it was as if grabbed by an invisible hand and flung directly out of the gaping hole in the hangar. Whoosh. The Hulk, along with the giant ball of junk, turned into a meteor, plummeting straight toward the clouds 10,000 meters below. Phew. Zhong Li breathed a sigh of relief. That move had taken a huge toll on his stamina. He was just about to release the gravity field. Suddenly, the Omnitrix emitted a piercing static sound. Warning. High-intensity gravitational wave interference detected. Resonating with the space stone energy in this area. Space-time anchor point shifting. What? Zhong Li was stunned. At that moment, the world before his eyes suddenly blurred with double vision. In the direction where the Hulk fell, it should have been the surface of the Atlantic Ocean, but in that instant, space seemed to shatter like a mirror in one corner. Through that fragment, Zhong Li saw a completely different New York. It was night there too, but the sky was an eerie purple. A girl wearing a white hooded bodysuit and goggles was swinging through the skyscrapers using spider silk. She seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around, meeting Zhong Li's eyes across the rift in space-time. Gwen. Zhong Li instinctively called out her name. Z's. The vision vanished instantly. The Omnitrix returned to its normal green glow. The ocean was still the ocean, and Thor was beside him, brushing dust off his clothes. Zhong, what were you looking at just now? Thor asked curiously. Your watch seemed to leak electricity. No. Nothing. Zhong Li took a deep breath, forcing down his shock. That just now was definitely Spider-Gwen. So Gravitac's gravitational waves, combined with the radiation of the space stone, could actually briefly tear open the veil of the multiverse. This meant that his watch wasn't just a DNA library, it was also a key. A key to infinite possibilities. It seems the days ahead won't be boring. Zhong Li looked at the now calm dial on his wrist, a hint of anticipation touching the corners of his mouth. Let's go, Thor. Zhong Li transformed back into human form and picked up a metal plate from the ground. Tony should have fixed the engines by now. We need to go clean up that one-eyed director's home, and then. He looked toward New York. Prepare to welcome the real war. Helicarrier, detention level. Amidst the piercing sirens, Loki stepped elegantly out of his cell. His plan was perfect. The Hulk had drawn away the strongest combatants, Hawkeye had crippled the systems, and now no one could stop him from leaving. Except that agent with the face of a good man. Phil Coulson stood at the end of the corridor, panting, clutching a massive destroyer prototype gun that was larger than his upper body. Step back, Loki. Coulson's voice trembled slightly, but his gaze was firm. You know what this thing does. Oh, I know. Loki stopped in his tracks, a playful smirk on his face. Can this thing kill me? Mortal. No, but it'll make you hurt. Coulson pulled the trigger's preheat switch, and the muzzle glowed with an orange light. However, just then, behind Coulson, the air suddenly distorted. It was Loki's illusory double. The real Loki had already circled around behind him, the sharp tip of the Mind Stone in his hand silently stabbing toward Coulson's back. Goodbye, Agent. The corners of Loki's mouth curled into a cruel arc. This strike would be his ultimate mockery of these mortals. PFF'd. Was that the sound of a blade piercing air? Loki froze. The feeling was wrong. No blood splattered, no scream followed. Coulson, who should have been impaled, had vanished into thin air right before his eyes, leaving only a blue whirlwind that ruffled Loki's long hair. What? Loki whipped his head around. At the other end of the corridor, 50 meters away, a blue and black alien was leaning against the wall, one hand supporting the shell-shocked Coulson, while the other boredly adjusted the visor on his helmet. Kinisalaran, XLR8. If you want to kill someone, you'll have to move faster, reindeer baby. Zhong Li's XLR8 mockery rang out with an electronic vibrato. Your wind-up was too obvious, I could see it from the next hangar over. You again. Loki's composure crumbled. It was that transformation freak again. First he stole the destroyer, then he sprayed him with nuclear energy, and now, he's even interfering with killing a mere soldier. I will kill you. Loki raised his scepter, preparing to fire an energy blast. Want to fight? I'm game. But, Zhong Li pointed to the massive circular glass cage behind Loki. Your brother seems to have something to say to you. Loki looked back to see Thor Odinson trapped in the cage originally meant for the Hulk, frantically pounding on the bulletproof glass. Loki. No. Thor had witnessed the terrifying scene just now. He was currently both furious and fearful. HMPH. Loki calmed down. He knew he couldn't beat this ridiculously fast guy, nor could he beat the Thor inside. But he had a brain, and he still had one last card to play. I am a god, I do not concern myself with you savages. Loki slammed a red button on the control console, his eyes looking at Zhong Li with venomous malice. You can save that mortal, but can you save your brother? Click. The floor beneath the cage suddenly opened. The massive cage holding Thor instantly lost its support and, amidst Thor's desperate roar, plummeted straight down from 10,000 meters in the air. Thor. Zhong Li instinctively wanted to rush out and save him. But at that very moment, the scepter in Loki's hand erupted with a powerful mental impact. Though it didn't hurt Zhong Li, it slightly hindered his movements. Immediately after, Loki jumped onto a waiting Quinjet. The jet's cannons fired wildly at the corridor, blocking Zhong Li's pursuit path. Count yourself lucky you're fast. Zhong Li was forced to stop and help Coulson shield himself from the flying shrapnel. Thor was tough and wouldn't die from the fall, but if Coulson were left alone, any stray bullet could finish him off. The jet roared away, disappearing into the clouds. Zhong Li deactivated his transformation, helped Coulson up, and patted the old agent's face. Wake up, Phil. Don't play dead. I know you're not hurt, just a bit motion sick. Coulson leaned against the wall, face pale. Looking at his intact chest, he gave a bitter smile. If you could keep the speed below Mach 5. I'd be more grateful. Half an hour later. Bridge briefing room. The atmosphere was suppressed to the extreme. Tony Stark sat in a chair, looking exhausted. Steve Rogers stood by the window, staring at the clouds outside. They had just suffered a crushing defeat. The Hulk was missing, Thor had fallen, Loki had escaped, and even Hawkeye was nowhere to be found. Nick Fury walked in, holding a stack of blood-stained vintage Captain America trading cards. He tossed the cards onto the table, his tone heavy, even carrying a hint of a sob. These were found in Coulson's jacket. He always wanted you to sign them, Captain. Fury's voice carried a tragic resonance. We've lost a lot. The medical team did their best. Coulson's heart stopped 20 minutes ago. Tony turned away, his eyes slightly red, a massive wave of guilt surging in his heart. Steve looked at those blood-stained cards and clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. This requires a reason, Fury continued. The Avengers, the idea was to bring together a group of remarkable people, to see if they could. Give it a rest, Nick. Done acting yet? An ill-timed, even somewhat lazy voice interrupted Fury's sentimental speech. Zhong Li leaned against the doorway, holding a lollipop he'd swiped from the infirmary, peeling the wrapper and popping it into his mouth. Agent Coulson is currently lying in the ICU of the infirmary drinking glucose. The doctor said he's just suffering from extreme shock, a mild concussion, plus some nausea from my high-speed movement. Zhong Li pointed at the stack of cards on the table. As for that blood, it's probably from when he hit his head earlier. Or maybe some props you requisitioned from the blood bank. The room fell into a dead silence. All the grief instantly froze, then transformed into a stunned sense of betrayal. Tony snapped his head up, staring at Fury, his gaze turning cold. He's lying. Coulson isn't dead. Fury's single eye twitched, but as the master of spies, he didn't even blush. He simply gathered the cards. It's called a necessary, motivational tactic. You were a mess of scattered sand. I needed to give you a push. We don't need motivation built on lies. Steve stood up angrily, the feeling of being played making him beyond furious. Someone dying might motivate us, but that's a desecration of life. You're exploiting our emotions. All right, stop arguing. Zhong Li walked over and slammed a hand on the table, making the stack of cards jump. Coulson isn't dead, that's a good thing. But that doesn't mean we've won. Zhong Li looked at Tony and Steve, his playful expression gone. Loki got away. He has the Tesseract, he has an army, and he has a crazy plan to conquer Earth. He took a dump on our heads and tore this ship to pieces. If that's not enough of a reason for you to fight back, then what is? Do you really have to wait for someone to actually die before you get serious? A man's dignity is sometimes more important than his life. Tony fell silent. A few seconds later, he stood up, his gaze becoming sharp with the unique confidence of Iron Man. Loki is a megalomaniac, Tony said suddenly. He wants to defeat us, he wants us to watch him be crowned. He needs an audience. Like in Stuttgart? Steve asked. No, bigger than that. Tony's mind began to race. Not just for us to see, but for the whole world to see. He needs a monument, a building that reaches the clouds, and enough power. Tony and Zhong Li locked eyes. The two said the name in unison. Stark Tower. That fool. Tony cursed. He's going to turn my building into his throne. Not just a throne, but a gateway. Zhong Li added, Stark Tower has an independent arc reactor power supply, enough to support a large portal for a long time. He's going to let the Chitauri army in. That's war. Steve took a deep breath, the aura of a commander returning to him. He looked at Tony. Stark, how long do you need to fix the armor? Now that I know the target, there's no reason it can't be fixed. Tony strode out of the briefing room. I'm going to prep the Mark 7. It was designed for war. I'll go get Natasha. We need the best pilot. Steve looked at Zhong Li. Are you coming too? Consultant. Zhong Li smiled. He looked down at the Omnitrix. After the recent rest, the master control mode duration had refreshed, and the system seemed to sense the impending large-scale spatial invasion, putting it in a highly active state of combat readiness. Of course. Zhong Li walked to the window, looking at the faint blue light appearing in the distance toward New York. How could I miss such a good show? After all. Zhong Li turned back and gave Director Fury, who had a sour face, a bright smile. I haven't become captain yet, have I? This time, let S.H.I.E.L.D. see what a real Avenger looks like. New York, the top floor of Stark Tower. Loki stood on the terrace, watching as the controlled Dr. Selvig activated the device. A beam of pure blue energy shot into the sky, tearing through space 10,000 meters up. The originally azure sky broke open with a massive black void. Countless Chidori soldiers, clad in armor and riding flyers, swarmed out of the wormhole like locusts, letting out bone-chilling roars. The Battle of New York had officially begun. And under the gaze of this alien army filling the sky, a Quinjet, carrying Earth's strongest counter-force, was approaching at full speed. New York, above Manhattan. The originally clear sky seemed to have been torn open by a huge wound. The dark wormhole was like the devil's single eye, gazing down at the ants below. Roar. Accompanied by a spine-chilling roar, countless Chidori soldiers piloting flying vehicles swarmed out like locusts. Energy beams poured down like a torrential rain, instantly turning the streets into a sea of fire. Cars exploded, and people screamed as they scattered and fled. Sir, is this the party you mentioned? Jarvis's voice rang in Tony Stark's helmet. It seems we're late. No, just in time for the opening dance. The Crimson and Gold Iron Man Mark 7 drew a graceful arc in the air, with his palm cannons and shoulder missiles fully deployed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of small missiles precisely shot down over a dozen Chidori flying vehicles. Tony flew directly to the top floor of Stark Tower, which was the source. But he quickly discovered that the pure energy shield enveloping the Tesseract was impenetrable. Can't turn it off. Tony shouted, the shield is pure energy, it can't be broken through at all. Just then, a deeper, seemingly oceanic roar came from the depths of the wormhole. Woo! A massive, suffocating shadow slowly squeezed out of the wormhole. It was a giant fish swimming in the sky, a leviathan. Hundreds of meters long, covered in thick biological armor, its massive fins sliced through the glass curtain walls of buildings like blades. Countless Chidori soldiers clung to its sides, jumping down like parasites to massacre on the ground. Stark, do you see that big guy? Steve Rogers' grave voice came through the comms. At this moment, the Quinjet had arrived above the battlefield. I see it. Tony swallowed. Even he felt pressure facing such an interstellar war machine. How do we fight that thing? Blow it up from the inside. No need for such trouble. The Quinjet's hatch slowly opened. The strong wind poured into the cabin, messing up Zhong Li's black hair. He walked to the hatch, looking at the Leviathan wreaking havoc below, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. A loach of this size would have too many bones even for sashimi. Steve and Natasha looked at Zhong Li. You're going to use that. Steve pointed at Zhong Li's watch, recalling the 100-meter giant from that night. Of course. Zhong Li took a deep breath and pressed the Omnitrix. The feel of rotating the dial was unusually heavy this time, as if the form itself carried immense mass. In a city full of skyscrapers, nothing makes a better opening than a tokusatsu show. Zhong Li leapt out of the cabin. He plummeted rapidly through the air, heading towards the charging Leviathan. It's hero time. Transform. Boom. A red and white beam of light exploded over Manhattan, its intensity even eclipsing the sun. A terrifying air pressure instantly pushed away the surrounding Chidori flying vehicles. When the light dissipated, a red and white cosmic giant, with a streamlined crest on its head, over 100 meters tall, appeared out of thin air in the urban jungle of towering buildings. Way big. A colossal shadow enveloped several city blocks. New York citizens who were fleeing for their lives stopped, staring blankly at the sky. Police officers who were frantically shooting forgot to pull their triggers. Even the arrogant Leviathan noticeably stiffened when it saw the sudden behemoth before it. It was big. But way big, was bigger. Roar. The Leviathan let out a defiant roar, opening its fanged maw and charging towards Way Big, attempting to knock down this obstacle with its massive body. Quiet down, little fish. Zhong Li, Way Big did not dodge. To avoid collapsing the streets, he used the fins on his back to adjust his posture, gently landing his feet in the center of a crossroads between two wide avenues. Then, he extended his hands and actually grabbed the Leviathan's two massive tusks directly. Stop! Right there. Bang! A tremendous crash echoed through the sky. The Leviathan's charge, weighing thousands of tons, was forcibly brought to a halt in midair by Zhong Li. The giant beast thrashed its tail wildly, trying to sweep down the nearby buildings. Zhong Li's eyes narrowed, and he directly used his body to block the tail sweep, taking a heavy blow to protect the civilian area behind him. Is that all your strength? A hint of disdain flashed in Zhang Li's colossal eyes. He exerted force with both hands, his muscles bulging. Lift. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, Wei Big actually swung this hundreds of meters long biological warship like a baseball bat. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The massive Leviathan streaked through the air, leaving an afterimage. Off you go. Zhang Li put power into his waist and swung hard, deliberately avoiding all buildings and aiming towards the wormhole in the sky. Boom. The Leviathan was used as a super javelin, smashing fiercely into another Leviathan that had just emerged from the wormhole not far away. Thud. The two giant beasts collided in midair, erupting with the sound of gruesome bone shattering, then tangled together and fell, crashing into the Hudson River, stirring up 100-meter high waves. My God. Steve stood at the cabin door, watching this scene, almost dropping his shield. Is this his full power? No. Natasha piloted the plane, her voice a little dry. Tony's data analysis shows this is just a warm-up. But I detect Zhang Li's energy readings fluctuating violently. Maintaining this size seems to consume a lot of energy. Stark Tower rooftop. Loki stood on the terrace, looking at the red and white giant, taller than Stark Tower itself. The smile on his face had completely vanished, replaced by deep fear. This is impossible. Loki's hand, clutching his scepter, trembled. He recalled certain ancient legends from the universe. That size, that energy signature, could it be a descendant of the Celestials? Or that legendary cosmic storm giant capable of destroying planets? I knew it. Loki gritted his teeth. That little thief who stole my armor is the biggest variable. I must kill him first. Just then, Wei Big slowly turned his head. Those massive yellow eyes, from several kilometers away, locked onto Loki standing on the terrace. Zhang Li raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture at Loki. A colossal voice echoed through the city above. Loki. Go wash your neck clean. Once I stomp these fish, I'm coming for you to settle the score. After speaking, Zhang Li felt an urgent, beep beep, alarm sound from the Omnitrix on his chest. The red light began to flash. This was a signal that his energy was about to run out. The Wei Big form was still too much of a burden for him currently. I need to finish this quickly. Zhang Li took a deep breath, no longer wasting words. He took huge strides, running between the skyscrapers of Manhattan, each step triggering a small earthquake, charging towards the still rampaging Chidori army. Meanwhile, the huge wormhole in the sky seemed to be affected by some unknown interference, and strange purple lightning began to appear at its edges. Midtown Manhattan was a mess. The wrecks of two mountain-sized leviathans lay across the street, still billowing thick black smoke. The surrounding Chidori soldiers, like worker ants that had lost their queen, fell into a brief state of chaotic confusion. Beep! 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 A rapid, piercing red alarm sounded from the chest of the red and white giant. It was the mournful cry of energy depletion. Although Wei Big was powerful, as a top-tier life form born of the universe, maintaining a physical form in this low-energy environment put an exponential load on the Omnitrix. I really can't stay cool for more than 3 minutes. Zhang Li, as Wei Big, felt a strong wave of dizziness hit him, and his vision began to blur. Looks like the show-off time is over. In the next second, red light exploded. The giant that stood tall between heaven and earth vanished instantly, replaced by a tiny figure falling vertically from a height of dozens of meters. Zhang. On the street below, Steve Rogers, who was using his shield to clear out the fodder, turned pale with shock. He tried to rush over to catch Zhang Li, but several Chidori thugs on flyers immediately suppressed him with firepower, blocking his path. Is this the price? Zhang Li adjusted his posture in midair, trying to activate the Omnitrix again, even if it was just to turn into Jetray. But the watch face was a deathly, silent red. Recharge mode. Estimated recovery time 180 seconds. Crap. Does Stark Industries workers comp cover, falling from high altitudes? Zhang Li gave a bitter smile as he watched the ground rushing toward him. At that critical moment, the originally deep blue wormhole in the sky, affected by the residual gravitational waves from Gravitac, suddenly twitched without warning. From the originally stable blue energy stream, a bolt of purple lightning, flickering like digital static, suddenly shot out. ZZZZT. Space seemed to be forcibly torn open by some power. On the other side of that gap was not the pitch-black universe, but a world with an incredibly vivid art style, even carrying neon light and shadows. Thwip. A strand of strong white webbing, carrying the momentum of that world, shot out and precisely stuck to the A logo of the Stark Tower. Immediately after, a slender figure swung out of the rift accompanied by a crisp exclamation. Whoa! Why is the gravity so heavy here? Using the swing of the web, the figure was like a white elf, tracing a perfect parabola in the air. With a mid-air twist, she spotted the free-falling Zhongli. Gotcha, unlucky guy. Zhongli only felt his waist tighten as a strand of webbing wrapped around him. Then, a massive pulling force came, halting his downward momentum. He was pulled toward the figure, crashing into an unexpectedly soft yet resilient embrace. Thump. The two landed steadily, sliding a few meters across the roof of an abandoned bus before striking a classic superhero landing pose. Zhongli opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a face wearing a white hood, covered by a black and white mask. Those large pink eye lenses were contracting with her expression, sizing him up curiously. The tight-fitting suit outlined the girl's athletic figure, with a striking purple-pink web pattern lining the interior, and a lock of blonde short hair peeked out from under the hood. Spider-Gwen. From Earth-65. Hey, handsome. Gwen let go of Zhongli, crouched on the roof, and tilted her head, her tone light. While I don't want to interrupt your leap of faith, this doesn't exactly look like Brooklyn. Zhongli was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly looked at the Omnitrix on his wrist. Although it was still in red light recharge mode, in that instant just now, the watch face had vibrated wildly, as if it had detected some highly compatible biological sample. So that's it. Zhongli took a deep breath. That hit from Gravitac fried the multiverse's servers. Watch out. Before Zhongli could explain, the white eyes on Gwen's mask suddenly widened. Her spider sense was screaming. She slammed Zhongli's head down, and they both ducked. Boom. A Chitauri energy blast hit where they had just been standing, blowing away the metal roof of the bus. Whoa, these aliens are really ugly, uglier than the lizard I fight back home. Gwen flicked her wrist in a fluid motion. Thwip. Thwip. 2 strands of webbing shot out, instantly plastering the faces of 2 Chitauri soldiers, and with a hard tug, she yanked them right off their flyers. Hey, I don't know who you are, but it looks like we're on the same side. Gwen shouted to Zhongli while nimbly leaping between flyers. Well, just call me Ghost Spider. Or whatever you want. Gwen. Zhongli stood up, picked up a Chitauri energy rifle, expertly chambered around, and flashed a smile at Gwen. I'll just call you Gwen. How do you know my name? Gwen's large eyes instantly turned into circles, and she almost slipped. Have we met at a party in some parallel universe? Something like that. Zhongli pointed at the wormhole in the sky. In a comic book shop far, far away. By now, more and more Chitauri were gathering. Without his transformation ability, Zhongli was currently like a piece of prime meat. Looks like we're surrounded. Gwen stood back to back with Zhongli. Can you fight, handsome? Or was that growing big thing just an inflatable special effect? I'm currently in recharge mode. Zhongli glanced at the counting down Omnitrix. I still need 2 minutes. 2 minutes. In this hellhole, 2 minutes is enough for us to die 10 times. Then hold on for 10 times. Zhongli pulled the trigger, precisely detonating a Chitauri's fuel tank. Trust me, once I'm charged up, you'll see a much better magic trick. Hey, you in the ballet leotard. Just then, the roar of thrusters came from the sky. Iron Man swooped down, his palm repulsors shattering the Chitauri squad surrounding them. Tony hovered in midair, his faceplate opening, looking at Gwen with an expression like he'd seen a ghost. While I'm happy to see a new superhero joining in, could you first explain where that gear came from? An Osborne Industries bio-experiment? Or a circus runaway? Circus. Gwen was offended. Old man, this is called punk style. Also, does that tin suit of yours need some oil? It sounds all creaky. Old man. Tony felt like he'd taken an arrow to the heart, and the knee. Stop bickering. Steve Rogers rushed over with his shield, knocking an alien over with a shield bash. He glanced at Gwen. Though confused, his instinct as captain led him to unite all available forces first. No matter who you are, as long as you're fighting these aliens, we're comrades. Steve pointed to the top of Stark Tower. If that wormhole isn't closed, this battle will never end. Close the wormhole. Gwen looked at the purple glowing hole, then at the watch on Zhongli's wrist. That hole feels weird. The power that just sucked me in seems to have some resonance with that watch of yours. Zhongli's gaze sharpened. That's right. The Omnitrix, the Space Stone, and the gravitational waves. A link had been established between the three. Perhaps, a certain species in the Omnitrix could understand this link. Gwen, take me up there. Zhongli suddenly grabbed Gwen's wrist, his eyes determined. I have a way to shut it down, but I need to get close to that machine. Up there. Gwen looked at the several hundred-meter tall Stark Tower. That's a VIP seat. It's gonna cost extra. Despite her quip, Gwen's actions were decisive. She wrapped an arm around Zhongli's waist and shot a thick strand of webbing that stuck to the building's exterior wall. Hold on tight. This is the most thrilling roller coaster in New York. Whoosh. The two soared into the air, swinging toward the top of Stark Tower amidst a hail of bullets. At that moment, the Omnitrix's recharge countdown finally hit 0. The green light shone again, like a beacon of hope. Zhongli looked at the wormhole close at hand, and at Loki standing on the top floor, preparing to regain control of the situation with his scepter. Loki, did you think I was out of power just now? Zhongli's finger rested on the watch face. This time, he didn't choose a combat-type hero. Facing a problem of pure energy shields and spatial science, he needed the smartest brain in the universe. Gray matter. Zhongli turned the dial, stopping on the icon of a gray little man who was only palm-sized but possessed 2 brains. Who says saving the world always requires fists? Zhongli's lips curled slightly as he pressed down on the dial in midair. Sometimes, brains are more useful than brawn. At the top floor of Stark Tower, the fierce wind was like a knife. The Tesseract's energy shield emitted a grating, zzz sound, resembling an absolute domain that rejected all access. Dr. Eric Selvig slumped on the ground, muttering emptily, it's useless, useless, it has formed a self-sustaining loop, a closed circuit of pure energy. It's perfect. Perfect. A high-pitched yet arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the doctor's ear. Doctor, remember one thing. In the face of absolute intellect, even divine power is merely an equation waiting to be solved. The doctor looked up in shock. He saw a small alien, only the size of a palm, with grayish-white skin and wearing a black and green bodysuit, hopping onto the energy generator console like a nimble tree frog. A Galvanian, gray matter. In Zhongli's gray matter's tiny, pea-sized eyes, massive data streams were currently flowing. Under the computation of his 2 super brains, the energy matrix that had stumped Earth's scientists was rapidly being dismantled into its most fundamental mathematical logic. Frequency synchronization, phase shift. Found it, the logic deadlock in energy node number 47. Zhongli's tiny fingers created afterimages on the keyboard, each tap precisely timed to the momentary pauses in the energy flow. Watch closely, Loki. Zhongli shouted at the corpse-like Loki lying in the distance, without even turning his head. This is called knowledge changes destiny. Clang. As the final enter key was pressed, the originally indestructible blue energy shield suddenly seemed to have its soul pulled out. It flickered twice, and then, with a pop, instantly vanished into thin air. Incredible. Dr. Selvig widened his eyes, as if witnessing a miracle. Stop spacing out. Drive. Zhongli jumped off the console and struggled to lift the Mind Stone, which was as heavy as a telephone pole to him. Using the principle of leverage, he aimed the tip of the scepter at the core of the Tesseract. Gwen. Tony. Everyone close your eyes. Zhongli's high-pitched roar came through the communication channel. I'm closing the door. PFF'd. The scepter pierced in. It was like a hot knife slicing through butter, or a key turning in a lock. The blue light beam that had been gushing out was instantly severed. The huge black wormhole in the sky began to tremble violently, its edges rapidly collapsing and shrinking. No. Faintly, Desperate roars could be heard from the other side of the wormhole. The Chitauri warships that hadn't had time to squeeze through were instantly shredded into cosmic dust by the violent spatial turbulence. Just when everyone thought victory was within reach. Alert! A nuclear missile has entered the atmosphere. Nick Fury's almost distorted voice exploded in the channel. The World Security Council gave the order. 1 minute until detonation. The target is Manhattan. The entire scene fell instantly silent. They just defeated the aliens, only to be nuked by their own side. Bureaucrats. Tony Stark, airborne, cursed and his thrusters violently erupted with flames. All intercept it. Jarvis, inject all power into the engines. This might be a one-way ticket. Stop, Tony. A calm voice interrupted Tony's tragic charge. Zhong Li, who had deactivated his transformation and was leaning exhaustedly on the railing, held a rudimentary device that gray matter had casually modified. It was a remote control connected to the SHIELD satellite signal. What are you trying to do? Play the hero. Zhong Li looked at Iron Man in the sky, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Tony, sacrifices for those who don't have a plan B. As for me, I usually have up to plan Z. What? Tony was stunned. Watch that nuclear missile. Zhong Li pressed the red button in his hand. When I hacked into the Tesseract system just now, I conveniently added a patch to SHIELD's navigation satellite. Now, that nuclear missile listens to me. Above Manhattan. The nuclear missile, trailing a fiery wake and carrying an aura of destruction, suddenly executed a 90-degree right-angle drift in the air, violating physical inertia, just 1 second before entering the city defense perimeter. It did not fly towards Stark Tower, but instead, like a precisely guided cruise missile, it shot straight toward the rapidly closing wormhole, which was now just a slit. Take that. Zhong Li made a baseball swing gesture toward the sky, his eyes filled with arrogance. Take this, big gift, back home, you fools. Whoosh. The nuclear missile accurately slipped in during the last microsecond before the wormhole closed. 1 second later. Although the wormhole had completely closed, everyone present clearly saw the originally pitch-black night sky suddenly light up eerily. The light penetrated the barrier of space, as if a supernova had been ignited in the depths of the universe. It was the fireworks of the Chitauri mothership exploding. At the same time, all the Chitauri soldiers and Leviathan on Earth instantly dropped like broken puppets when the mothership's signal was cut off, clattering onto the ground. Everything was over. This foolish works. Gwen squatted nearby, removing her mask. Her delicate face was filled with shock. You used a crappy remote control to hack a nuclear missile. This is called the tech stream, young lady. Zhong Li tossed the remote control aside and slid down the wall to sit on the ground, gasping heavily. The continuous high-intensity fighting, transformations, and mental calculations had completely drained him. Who? Tony slowly landed on the terrace, his faceplate opening to reveal a face of relief after disaster. He looked at Zhong Li, his expression extremely complex. You robbed me of my chance to be a hero, Zhong. Although Tony was complaining, his voice trembled slightly. If your hand had shaken just now, we'd all be finished. But I didn't shake, did I? Zhong Li waved his hand weakly. I'd rather be alive to eat your French feast than be a black and white photo hanging on the wall. Don't forget, you're paying. Just then, the Hulk jumped up, followed by the breathless Captain America, Thor, and Black Widow. The Avengers, fully assembled. Everyone looked at the mess on the ground, then at the pale-faced but happiest smiling teenager sitting on the floor, and an indescribable respect rose in their hearts. Zhong Li pointed to Loki, who was still lying like a corpse not far away. Hey, reindeer baby over there. Loki managed to turn his head, looking at the circle of burly men plus an alien monster and a spider girl surrounding him, and awkwardly forced a smile. If I may ask, is that drink still available now? Drink your head off. The Hulk roared, making Loki shrink his neck. The sun set, and golden twilight spilled onto the scarred streets of New York. The Avengers escorted Loki into a Turkish shawarma restaurant that hadn't closed down yet. The owner shakily served plate after plate of shawarma wraps. Everyone ate in silence, no one spoke, only the sounds of chewing could be heard. This was the tranquility of survival, and the silent understanding between warriors. Gwen sat next to Zhongli, curiously fiddling with the shawarma wrap in her hand. So, she whispered, the hole closed. I can't go back. Zhongli swallowed the meat in his mouth and glanced at the omnitrix on his wrist. Although his energy had recovered, he could feel that a new, spacetime anchor, had been added inside the system. Don't worry. Zhongli pushed his cola toward Gwen, his eyes firm yet gentle. Since I brought you here, I will definitely send you back. I have a feeling, the Omnitrix's next major update is being prepared just for you. Besides, Zhongli looked around at everyone at the table, Tony, Steve, Thor, Banner, Natasha, Barton. This was more than just the Avengers, this was his foundation in this world. Staying in this universe for a little longer is quite interesting, isn't it? Gwen looked into Zhongli's deep black eyes, then at Thor, who was fighting Tony for the last piece of meat next to her, and a brilliant smile formed on her lips. Alright. As long as you don't charge me rent and keep feeding me. Zhongli smiled and raised his cola bottle. Deal. The third day after the Battle of New York. Stark Tower, now with only a single A remaining, the luxury penthouse. Morning sunlight spilled into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows that hadn't been repaired yet. Zhongli rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up from the leather sofa. For the past 2 days, he not only had to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. to give statements, though he had bluffed through most of them, but he also had to help Tony rewrite Jarvis's firewall, leaving him dog-tired. Morning, world. Zhongli stretched and habitually walked toward the open kitchen, preparing to pour himself a glass of milk. However, as he passed through the center of the living room, a drop of cold red liquid suddenly landed on the tip of his nose. Zhongli touched his nose and looked at it. Ketchup. He instinctively looked up. Directly above his head, on the ceiling, was a young girl wearing a loose t-shirt and hot pants. Like a gecko, she was stuck to the ceiling with one hand, while the other hand stuffed a huge piece of pizza into her mouth. Her short blonde hair hung down due to gravity, looking like a golden broom head. MMPH. You're awake. Gwen Stacy, her mouth full of pizza, gave a muffled greeting. Good morning, Mr. Landlord. This pizza tastes pretty good, even if it's cold. Zhongli was silent for 2 seconds, then calmly pulled out a tissue and wiped his nose. Gwen, we need to set some rules. Zhongli pointed at the ceiling. First, no eating crumbly food on the ceiling. Second, if you must sleep on the ceiling, please remember that your pajama neckline is also subject to gravity. PFF'd. Gwen almost choked, quickly swallowed the pizza, and flipped gracefully onto the floor, pulling her collar up with slightly flushed cheeks. You can't blame me. It's spider instinct. In my universe, I'm used to finding the highest spot to stay, it makes me feel safe. Barefoot on the carpet, Gwen opened the fridge without hesitation and took out a can of cola. And don't act all serious. Who was it last night that turned into that palm-sized little gray guy, Gray Matter, and crawled under the robot vacuum to fix the chassis? That was scientific maintenance. Zhongli defended himself. Besides, Gray Matter's perspective makes fixing things really convenient. This was their life living together. It wasn't the romantic ambiguity one might imagine. Instead, it was full of a sense of cross-species communication. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. Tony Stark walked in wearing sunglasses, followed by Happy, who was carrying several document bags printed with the Midtown High School logo. Looks like I came at the wrong time. Did I interrupt your morning workout? Tony took off his sunglasses, his gaze sweeping over their pajamas, and he gave his signature playful smile. Young people really have great stamina. Shut up, Tony. Zhongli rolled his eyes. If you're here to deliver a bill, take a left out the door. I'm here to deliver a gift. Tony pointed to the bags in Happy's hands. Miss Gwen Stacy, congratulations. Starting today, you are a proud, repeating transfer student at Midtown High School, Midtown High. School. Gwen almost crushed the cola can in her hand. Old man, are you joking? I was already in college in my universe. And I was a band drummer. You want me to go learn algebra with a bunch of brats? It's a legal cover identity. Zhongli took the documents from Happy and flipped through them. Tony forged. Oh no. Processed a perfect set of records for you. Only by going to school will Shield stop breathing down your neck as an illegal alien immigrant. Besides, I heard the cafeteria at Midtown High School is pretty good, Tony added. I also donated a lab to the school where you can research your web fluid formula. All expenses covered, and they even give out scholarships. Gwen struggled with it for a moment, then finally sighed. Fine. For the sake of the scholarship. But let me be clear, if anyone dares to bully me, I'm hanging them from the flagpole. Just don't break the flagpole, Zhongli said casually. Oh, and one more thing. Tony dropped his playful expression and pulled a USB drive from his pocket, tossing it to Zhongli. This is data from Fury's side. About the scepter. Zhongli's eyes narrowed as he caught the USB drive and plugged it into a computer. The screen showed that during the cleanup after the Battle of New York, the SHIELD agent team responsible for recovering Loki's Mind Stone didn't return it to the warehouse. Instead, it disappeared en route. Disappeared. Gwen leaned in. How do you lose a glowing stick that big? It wasn't lost, it was intercepted. Zhongli looked at the lead bald agent in the surveillance footage, Agent Sitwell. He knew that face all too well. Hydra, Zhongli said in a low voice. What snake? Gwen was confused. A Nazi organization parasitic within SHIELD, Tony said, his face darkening, clearly having learned some inside info from Zhongli. That Cyclops Fury still thinks it's just internal corruption, he has no idea he's harboring a nest of vipers in his own home. Then should we go take it back? Gwen was eager to try. I haven't had breakfast yet, I could use some exercise. No rush. Zhongli looked at the last known coordinates of the scepter on the screen, Eastern Europe, Sokovia. He knew what was there. Baron Strucker's castle. And the twins waiting to be awakened, Pietro Quicksilver, and Wanda Scarlet Witch. If they went to take it now, it might alert the enemy and even prevent the twins from awakening. As the wielder of the Omnitrix, Zhongli knew very well that Wanda's chaos magic and Pietro's super speed were indispensable forces for the future fight against Thanos. Let them keep it for a while. Zhongli pulled out the USB drive, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. That scepter is a key. It will help us open a door and release two very interesting little fellows. Interesting little fellows. Tony raised an eyebrow. Can they transform more than you? That kind of power. Zhongli thought of Wanda's red light that could practically rewrite reality. In a way, it's even more unreasonable than mine. Fine, since the consultant says so. Tony shrugged. Then I'll get back to fixing my armor. The blueprints for the Hulkbuster armor are only half finished. By the way, Zhong, there's a victory party tonight. Remember to bring your Spider-Woman. With that, Tony and Happy left in a hurry. Quiet returned to the penthouse. So, Gwen jumped back onto the ceiling, looking at Zhongli while hanging upside down. What are we doing now? Going to school? Or saving the world? Neither. Zhongli walked to the window, looking at the city of New York being rebuilt. Today is a day off. I'll take you to eat at that place that supposedly has the best hot dogs in all of New York, and then. Zhongli turned around and shook the watch on his wrist. Teach you how to be a proper superhero in this universe. Gwen's eyes lit up, and she jumped directly from the ceiling, landing steadily in front of Zhongli. You said it. If the hot dogs aren't good, I'll stick you to the wall with my webbing. Don't worry, I have Heat Blast, he's the perfect counter for your webbing. TCH. Then I'll use a fire extinguisher. Washington, D.C. The midday sun was a little blinding, and the busy streets of the capital were bustling with traffic. A black, unmarked Chevrolet SUV was blended into the traffic. Inside, Nick Fury drove while listening to an encrypted report from SHIELD's internal channel. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The Insight project was about to go online, but he found that he couldn't access the core code. The system prompt read, insufficient authority. He was the director, yet he had insufficient authority. It seems I've become an outsider too. Fury gave a self-deprecating laugh, just as he prepared to turn at the traffic light intersection. Boom! A police car slammed into him from the side without warning, and the massive impact sent the armored SUV directly into the roadside barrier. Immediately afterward, a dozen more police cars swarmed out from all directions. A group of fully armed SWAT officers quickly exited and unleashed indiscriminate firepower upon Fury's vehicle. Da 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 da. The bulletproof glass instantly filled with spiderweb cracks, and the armor groaned. Under attack. Requesting backup. Fury shouted, but only harsh static came through the communicator. This was no ordinary attack, this was a premeditated execution. Gritting his teeth, Fury activated the vehicle's mounted machine gun for a counterattack, barely fighting his way out and driving the three-wheeled SUV out of the encirclement. However, just as he thought he had temporarily escaped danger. Directly ahead on the street, a man with long hair, wearing a mask, and whose left arm gleamed with silver metallic luster, stood silently in the middle of the road. He raised a grenade launcher, his eyes cold as ice, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. Bang! A disc-shaped landmine slid precisely underneath the car. Rumble. The SUV was flipped into the air by the massive blast wave, tumbled, crashed onto the ground, and slid for more than 10 meters before stopping. Fury was trapped in the deformed wreckage, his face covered in blood, his consciousness fading. Through the shattered window, he saw the metal-armed assassin striding toward him, drawing a submachine gun. This is really the end. Fury's trembling hand reached for the old pager in his breast pocket. That was the last trump card to summon Captain Marvel. Just then, whoosh! A strong, white web line suddenly shot down from a nearby skyscraper, precisely sticking to the muzzle of the gun Winter Soldier was raising, and yanked hard. Da da da. The bullets instantly went astray, sparking against the pavement. Who? A flicker of surprise crossed Winter Soldier's cold eyes. It's your friendly neighborhood. Oh wait, it's your friendly foreign exchange student. Accompanied by the crisp shout of a young girl. A figure wearing a black and white hooded bodysuit descended from the sky. Using the momentum of the web swing, they fiercely kicked Winter Soldier in the chest, sending the super soldier staggering back 5 or 6 meters. Spider-Gwen landed on one hand, striking a cool pose, her eyes beneath the hood curving into crescent moons. Hey, Uncle Astro Boy. Littering bombs is punishable by fine, and your hairstyle is way too punk. Winter Soldier didn't waste any words. He violently swung his left metal arm, creating a whooshing sound. His combat technique was master level, with every move being lethal. But Gwen was faster, more agile, and possessed a cheat code known as Spider Sense. She weaved through Winter Soldier's heavy blows like she was dancing, not only dodging all attacks but also casually plastering his goggles with webbing. Is this what they call Hydra's ace? On a high billboard. Zhong Li was sitting on the edge, holding a Washington specialty donut, eating it while commenting. Good strength, perfect technique, but a little rigid in the head. Gwen is just toying with him. After several months of cohabitation and training, Gwen had fully adapted to the combat rhythm of this universe. Coupled with the web shooters upgraded by Stark Industries, dealing with a standard super soldier was incredibly easy. Over there. Sniper on the roof. On the street below, the supporting Hydra agents spotted Zhong Li, and several RPG rockets whistled toward him. Seriously, I can't even enjoy my afternoon tea in peace. Zhong Li sighed, swallowed the donut in one bite, stood up, and brushed the powdered sugar off his hands. Since you guys love playing with metal so much, let me introduce you to a real master of magnetism. Zhong Li pressed the Omnitrix on his left hand and rotated it to the icon of the yellow and black alien whose head floated, who had only one eye, and who radiated magnetic field fluctuations. It's hero time. A flash of golden light. The figure on the billboard vanished. In his place stood an alien whose head floated above his shoulders like a magnet, and whose body was composed of black metal and yellow carapace. Bio-Sovortian, Lodestar. Rockets. Zhong Li's metallic voice, echoing with magnetism, rang out. He didn't even dodge, merely raising his pincer-like hand, palm facing the incoming rockets. Magnetic force. Reversal. Buzz. Those rockets, which had been flying at high speed, suddenly performed a screeching halt in midair, defying physical inertia. Then, as if grabbed by an invisible giant hand, they spun their warheads around and flew back at an even faster speed. Boom, boom, boom. The Hydra motorcade below instantly turned into a sea of fire. It's not over yet. Zhongli jumped down from the billboard, floating in midair using his magnetic levitation ability, descending like a deity. His gaze locked onto Winter Soldier, who was entangled with Gwen. To be precise, he locked onto Winter Soldier's proud mechanical arm, made of adamantium vibranium alloy. That arm is pretty good. Let me play with it. Zhong Li extended his hand toward Winter Soldier, making a grasping motion. Winter Soldier was about to deliver a heavy punch to Gwen when he suddenly felt an irresistible immense force pulling on his left arm. It felt as if the entire magnetic field of Earth was dragging his limb. What? Winter Soldier was greatly shocked. His body was uncontrollably yanked into the air by this force, lifting his feet off the ground and leaving him suspended. If you were Wolverine, with all those bones, I might have to exert some effort. But your arm. Zhong Li slammed his two pincer hands together. It's just a giant magnet. Hold. Winter Soldier was fixed in the air in an X shape, his left arm firmly locked by magnetism. No matter how he struggled, metal was the best restraint in front of a master of magnetism. This is called elemental countering. Zhong Li, Lodestar, floated in front of Winter Soldier, looking at the assassin who used to be Captain America's best friend. His floating head rotated once. Gwen, dig that one-eyed director out of the scrap metal pile. Don't let him die, he's our long-term meal ticket. Copy that, officer. Gwen swung over and easily tore open the deformed car door. Just then, vroom vroom vroom, a sudden roar of engines sounded in the sky. A shield, actually Hydra, Quinjet hovered above the street, its cannons aimed at Zhong Li and Gwen. If you don't release him, we will open fire. This is the highest shield directive. The cold voice of Rumlow Crossbones came through the loudspeaker. Shield. Zhong Li laughed, his head spinning twice on his shoulders as he did so. Did you guys get something wrong? The magnetic power inside Zhong Li began to operate wildly. All the surrounding cars, streetlights, and even the water pipes buried underground began to vibrate violently, emitting a humming sound. In my BGM, anything metal has to obey me. Magnetic storm. Zhong Li slammed his hands downward. Screech. The massive Quinjet in the sky suddenly emitted a grating sound of twisting metal. It was as if two invisible giant hands had grabbed the wings. The next second, the sturdy fuselage was directly crumpled into a ball of scrap metal. Boom. The jet lost power and crashed at the end of the street like a piece of scrap metal, yet miraculously did not explode, because the bomb fuses inside had also been destroyed by the magnetic force. The entire scene fell silent. Only the alarm sirens echoed. Zhong Li deactivated his transformation and walked over to the deformed SUV. Fury, his face covered in blood, was being supported by Gwen, still tightly clutching the pager in his hand. Zhong Li glanced at the pager and reached out to press down on Fury's hand. Put it away, Nick. Zhong Li looked down at the director. With us here, it's not time for that anti-wandering in outer space to come save the day. Fury gasped for breath, looking at the youth who resembled a demon god, a complex emotion flashing in his single eye. But he ultimately just tucked the pager back into his pocket and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You're late, consultant. I'm docking your pay. No problem. Zhong Li shrugged, pointing to Winter Soldier, who was still hanging on the street lamp, completely dumbfounded and questioning his life choices. In any case, Steve Rogers will definitely be willing to pay a hefty price for this side job. After all, Zhong Li curled his lips into a mischievous smile. I helped him catch the ghost he wanted to see most in his life. And what's more, it's alive. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.